Disturbing videos of violent incidents on school grounds gaining attention from state leadership. The calls now to school officials to enforce policies. Fox 45 News' investigation into the Safe Streets program continues as the mayor touts the program as a success. We question where the numbers are coming from as we see deadly shootings right by Safe Streets locations.
Changing things up in the weather department. Actually going to see the sun today. We're going to break down your forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for waking up with us on this Thursday, October 27th. I'm Megan Gilland. It's a Purple Thursday. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and look at our forecast.
It's weird
here
to say that because, you know, we have Thursday night game tonight. But we'll do that. Yeah, Purple Thursday indeed. Meg, good morning to you and good morning to everybody. Hopefully you're enjoying your morning so far. It's early. It's a little chilly, but we finally don't have all of that mist and that fog. That is a huge relief, at least for a lot of us, as we look out over the Inner Harbor right now. Everything looking good at this time. Numbers in the lower 50s here for Cockeysville and Towson into Baltimore. 52 in Rosedale, 54 your temp in Dundalk. So a cool, clear start to the morning. The sunshine returns today and temperatures actually staying near average. Out and about on your morning drive, next few hours will be chilly, lower 50s, but we've got that sun coming up just after 7 o'clock this morning. And we'll break this down in terms of what it means for our weekend forecast coming up in a few. Meg.
All right, looking forward to it, Justin. Thank you. Now to our Len Stoller traffic network, and we're looking great out there. Smooth travels in the green, no major issues to report. It is 4:31 and happening today. Early voting in Maryland starts. Same-day voter registration is available at all early voting centers. If you plan on using same-day registration, you must have proof of residence. Same-day registration will also be available on Election Day. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Olivia Dance will be joining us live from a polling center with voting concerns and why you might want to get out and vote early. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. School violence is an issue plaguing Baltimore County. A state lawmaker there demanding answers about violence inside Perry Hall High School. Since the start of the school year, we have been sent multiple videos of students fighting on school grounds. The incidents so concerning, at least one state delegate has reached out to the school's principal for answers on what is being done to stop it.
I think we really need a thorough look at behavior policies. They clearly have gotten lax, and students, it seems like they're not afraid of the consequences and repercussions for their bad behaviors.
The system's chief of schools says 5 school safety assistants were hired and assigned to Perry Hall this year, in addition to 2 resource officers. When we pressed leadership on how many students had been suspended or expelled because of fighting, representatives said that information is not readily available. In a city in crisis, during a conference, Mayor Brandon Scott promoted the Safe Streets program to leaders. Fox 45 News has been investigating this program for months. An internal report this year confirms what we have been reporting, that the number of shootings at several locations actually went up over a 5-year period. Fox 45 News has covered several shootings near Safe Street sites, and that includes an August mass shooting just steps from the Park Heights location. 1 person was killed, 6 others injured. 3 Safe Streets workers were killed between January of 2021 and January of 2022. Mackenzie Frost questions why the Safe Streets program and Monzi are being hailed as a success.
Monzi is a city agency overseeing and growing Baltimore's community violence intervention ecosystem. But we also know that homicides and non-fatal shootings continue to outpace where we were at this time last year. So given the data, we asked the group in Baltimore Now, why showcase the Charm City? Baltimore's bloodshed and gun violence continues to hold a grip as we enter the final few months of 2022. Despite the data and deaths,
but it's time.
Cities United, a national group bringing leaders together, led by Anthony Smith, coming to Charm City.
What we're looking to do is really showcase a city who's moving in the right direction. Not saying Baltimore's got it all figured out.
Looking to the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, as a possible model of success. Despite MONSE overseeing Safe Streets, Baltimore's flagship violence intervention program that has struggled to see sustained success. Fox 45 News has been investigating Safe Streets for over a year, going door to door of all 10 locations, looking for answers and proof the program works. This internal report proves what Fox 45 News had been reporting. Some locations are helping saving lives, but it's inconsistent, and the entire program spending millions of dollars a year, lacking oversight and accountability.
The great city of Baltimore.
We pressed Smith if he's convinced what's in place in Baltimore is worth modeling. Do you think that what's being put in place right now is working, and are the metrics proving to you that this is the right approach?
Yeah, so I think what the work that's been put in place, you got to remember last year was the foundational year. They were building out the network, they were building out the team, putting the resources in place. And I think one of the things we got to remember that it takes a minute to get all those folks trained and working in the right direction.
He says it takes a few years after the entire community violence ecosystem is built.
When it's up and moving, you start seeing results within 1 to 2 years after it's built, right? So I think they're moving in the right direction, and we'll start seeing the impact of the work over the next couple of years.
But some of the programs aren't new.
Some of the programs are not new, but they have not been funded the way they are.
It's pretty hubristic for the mayor to tout MONSE's success when it has not had any.
Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute says there's little other cities should model after crime-fighting plans in Baltimore.
The Mayor Scott should put cotton balls in their ears because he's selling you snake oil.
Safe Streets and MONSE as a whole continues to shield details about what's working and what's not. A public records request providing more redactions than insight.
Can I ask Director Jackson?
During a community event about public safety, Jackson refusing to answer Fox 45's questions.
The mayor said meet us at the next event. Are you going to the next event?
If they had answers, they'd show us the data. They'd show us how they've changed lives. They'd show us how they've saved lives. But they can't do that.
Meanwhile, leaders will be collaborating with Baltimore's top decision makers until Friday. We have repeatedly asked MONSE's director, Shante Jackson, to do a sit-down interview to talk about the community violence ecosystem as well as the Safe Streets program specifically. Jackson has yet to agree. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
All right, Mackenzie, thank you. We know Fox 45 News has been seeking transparency on the streets program for months. City council members had a chance to ask tough questions at a hearing just last week, but chose not to. While some call it a missed opportunity, one councilman says cutting the meeting short was a necessary move.
It was really supposed to be more of a positive hearing, but it went completely off track. Was no longer about these changes to Safe Streets. In fact, most of the presentation really did not have much to do with the topic of the resolution.
The meeting ended after a heated exchange between Councilman Mark Conway and MONSE Director Shante Jackson. Councilman Yitzi Schleifer says that he is still pushing for transparency and expects another hearing with better communication. We are looking ahead to the midterms here this morning as some states may see changes in leadership. Coming up in about 20 minutes, national correspondent Christine Frizzell joining us to break down those numbers. Plus, the sunshine finally returns. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know what we can expect heading into the weekend. It is 4:38 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. We're 19 minutes in front of 5 o'clock on your Thursday morning, Friday Eve. Temps across the state are mainly in the low to mid 50s right now. So a little bit cool. Probably when you need at least a light jacket as you step out. But you can see in your jogging cast, finally dry conditions. Numbers staying in the lower 50s for the next few hours. Breaking down what we can expect today and for the weekend ahead. All coming up. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. It's 4:41 and making headlines this morning. Sweden's military has gone back to investigate the site of a gas leak on the Russian Nord Stream gas pipeline. The Swedish military wrapping up an investigation earlier this month with police concluding the 4 leaks were caused by explosions. According to Reuters, the Swedish Armed Forces is now doing another survey of the seabed with minesweepers. World leaders have called the damage to the pipes an act of sabotage without saying who could be responsible.
Having trouble getting back to the gym? I'm Liz Bonus. Why you might need to buddy up. A surprising new study that says it's time to phone a friend. We explain why just ahead.
Plus, early voting officially begins today in Maryland. We have details on how you can cast your ballot. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jean Jeffcoat this morning on the National Desk. Less than 2 weeks to the midterms. All eyes on the poll numbers right now, from the Biden approval rating to ballot box backlash over inflation. A leading pollster is going to join us with all the stats this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:45 and on the path forward. If you're having trouble getting motivated after so much couch time during the pandemic, you might want to phone a friend. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares new research which explains why.
Hey there, hello to you. If you are having trouble turning some of that pandemic sit time around, you may need to buddy up. This new research, which was based on modeling from data taken from the U.S. Military Academy, shows that we are most likely to move less and sit more when we don't have people around to socialize. They found that rather than trying to get to people who were not active and get them to move more, they focused on people who were at least mildly active. They found if when you got the movers hooked up with the couch potatoes, you increased the health of everybody and got people to move more. Dr. Robert Thaler works with college students at Ohio's Xavier University and TriHealth Medicine. He says since we all tended to sit more and move less when we were isolated in the pandemic, if you do want to get back to your fitness, you may need to phone a friend.
I know sometimes we might let ourselves down before we let our friends down. So by, creating an exercise buddy that you're going to go to the gym with, even if it's a day that you feel, hey, I'm too tired to wake up and go to the gym. But, if you don't show up, your friend's not going to show up, or they're going to be disappointed that you weren't there. You're going to show up for them and vice versa.
He also mentions that our mental health has deteriorated so much that buddying up for workouts may be very good, inexpensive therapy as well.
I think by not only having someone to keep us accountable, but someone to sort of talk through what's going on in life, I think can help just boost our mood and also help prevent mental illness that can affect our health as well.
This research does show, however, that you do need to choose your friends carefully because, we pick up on other habits that they might have, good or not. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. It's 4:47. Turning to the crisis in the classroom, the First Lady is in Rhode Island recruiting teachers. Dr. Jill Biden spoke at an event for students interested in an education career at Rhode Island College. Across the nation, districts are struggling to fill positions. Biden has been a teacher for decades and says it's not just a job, it's a calling.
Imagine yourself in a career where you are never bored, where you laugh and learn something new every single day. It's all of that and so much more. Answer this call. Become a teacher. And when you do, you'll find a profession that brings you joy and meaning.
Biden touting her husband's accomplishments, including the plan to cancel student loan debt and the steps that he took to reopen schools safely during the pandemic. 4:48, Friday Eve, Purple Thursday. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, and he's ready to go.
I am. Man, I walked outside, let the doggy out this morning, looked up, and I saw a planet, and I was like, oh,
which
finally.
one?
Well, now you're putting me on the
Sorry,
spot.
I put you on the
Dang
spot.
it.
I'm going with Jupiter.
It is. I think it's Jupiter. Yeah. Okay. Either way, it was nice.
Good.
And not having to deal with the
and
fog.
Clear. That's the main thing.
That's the whole thing, Meg. It's almost like the fog is clearing from our heads and we're getting ready for the weekend. We've got more sunshine that is on the way. Temperatures are cooler because that cold front came through, but it did help to flush all that moisture out of here and give us a nice clear start over the Inner Harbor. In fact, I love when the lights reflect right there on the bay. You can see 52 is your temp right now at BWI. A little southwest wind, about 5 to 10 miles an hour at this time. So here's a look at our HD radar. And yeah, there is the cold front. This is what passed through yesterday. Had a couple of breaks of that sun trying to come through, but it was really late last evening where we saw some of the more clearing conditions. And this ridge of high pressure that's now centered over the Great Lakes region, that's going to move over to our area and will keep us dry through the next few days. Lower 50s over the next couple of hours on your Rise and Shine cast. Grab a cup of coffee, enjoy breakfast with us here. Sun not up until 7:29, but you better believe it. I'm going to be showing you that sunrise and all those sunrise shots live and local right here through 10 o'clock this morning. 53 by 8 a.m. at the Penn Station there if you're heading out. 61 by noon. We'll see those numbers get to the low and mid 60s here, right about 65 expected for this afternoon. So definitely a little bit cooler than yesterday, but again, the sun is going to make all the difference. Even some upper 50s in the Hereford zone with 60 in Westminster, 61 for you in Towson across Baltimore County, and areas up and down the 95 corridor, mainly in the low to mid 60s for today. The future scan looks like this: dry, and we are going to be seeing the wind. That's going to pick up from the north today, a little northeasterly wind tomorrow. Overall, just a few clouds into the weekend, and we do stay mainly dry. We are tracking at least a few showers for Halloween. 7-day forecast: 65 today, lower 60s on Friday, mid 60s Saturday and Sunday. What happened to Hazel? Oh, that is Billy Bones.
Billy Bones.
You see him?
He's silly.
Yeah, he's just kind of doing his thing.
Oh my God.
Hazel's she's on a break. She's on a smoke break right now. So.
All right.
All right. We'll be back with your full forecast in a few minutes, Meg.
Hazel needs some better habits.
I think so. I think so.
Justin, thank you. Taking a look at the roads here this morning. We've got some good news out there. No bad habits here. Everyone's moving along just fine. You can see looking pretty good. Drive times were good as well in the green. For a check on mass transit, let's chat with Mark Jones with the MTA. How's it going, Mark?
Well, good morning, Megan. Coming along pretty well out there for the start on Light Rail Link. No delays or issues there. Metro Subway Link, on the other hand, has a delay. It's running about 20 minutes late in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station, so do allow time for travel there on Metro Subway Link. Out there on the MARC train system, Penn Train 401 running 5 minutes late, along with Penn Train 505, perhaps allow time for travel in those instances. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you.
Democrats on defense. I'm Christine Frizzell with a closer look at some blue state races and what we might learn from them.
As pain at the pump remaining a major topic heading into the new year, we have a look into the latest prices, whether you like it or not. 4:51 now. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:55, and Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium this morning. Election night in less than 2 weeks, and a series of races in traditionally blue states are getting tighter. National correspondent Christine Frizzell takes us through the key issues.
In Michigan, two distinct visions for the future laid out by the two women fighting to lead it there.
This is about all the women and girls in our state. This is about the ability to have bodily autonomy.
But it would be the most radical abortion law in the entire country.
The issue of abortion rights had been one Democrats were hoping would push them over the edge in close races.
The Democratic Party made a big mistake obsessing over abortion. Part of the reason for that is there was an illusion that it was working.
Pollster and political analyst Scott Rasmussen says during that time, gas prices had also started to fall, which may have had a bigger impact. Polls showing abortion rights appears to now be overshadowed by issues surrounding the economy and inflation.
You are solely responsible for the $1.9 trillion package that got passed in March of 2021.
Senator Bennett arguing the energy crisis and supply chain issues are not because of White House policies, since they're impacting the entire world.
And if you just pick up a newspaper, what you'll see is Canada's got the same inflation we have. The EU's got the same inflation we have. The UK has the same inflation we have.
That argument not sitting well with all voters, says Todd Belt.
The Biden administration's attempts to try to explain how their policies are going to help people really don't have much of an effect when people go to the grocery store a couple times a week or pass those big numbers on the highway.
It's a fact he says is putting Democrats on defense, even in some blue states. While in 2020, Donald Trump only lost Michigan by 3 points, he lost Colorado by 13 and New York by 23. A state now seeing a surge in some crimes, another vulnerability for Democrats.
You got people who are afraid of being pushed in front of oncoming subway cars. They're being stabbed, beaten to death on the street with hammers.
While polls still have the Democrats ahead in these three states, political analysts say seeing them narrow is emblematic of some of the political headwinds they're facing nationwide. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Thank you, Christine. And be sure to check out the Fox 45 News voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. Just point your phone's camera right there at the QR code. That's going to take you straight there. You can always go to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. In your consumer news here this morning, an up and down day on Wall Street. The Dow jumping slightly while the Nasdaq and the S&P 500 both taking a dive there. Meanwhile, prices staying steady at the pump. The average price per gallon is still $3.67 a gallon, 7-cent drop from this time last week. But red flags are popping up in the housing market. Prices remain high even as demand for mortgages reach a 25-year low. According to real estate experts, it's a simple supply and demand issue.
The home sellers, many homeowners across the country, they have locked in at that low 3% mortgage rate, and they don't want to give that up. Consequently, we are not seeing inventory popping out strongly.
The Fed says that it's going to take up to a year to see the full effect of inflation and higher interest rates, but a bounce back in the housing market could be a predictor for the economy as a whole. Another rail union walks out on a tentative agreement here, raising the stakes for a possible rail strike. The Brotherhood of Railroad Signalmen has rejected the Biden administration's agreement between rail freight companies and rail unions. The union voting down the deal with more than 60% saying no. Some of the disagreements stemming from quality of life issues and paid time off benefits. A tentative agreement had been reached September 15th. The future is not self-driving cars. At least that's the gamble Ford is taking. The automaker is disbanding its fully autonomous vehicle venture it owns with Volkswagen after determining the profitability just isn't there, eating a multi-million-dollar loss. Instead, it will focus on advanced driver assist systems, improving adaptive cruise control. As for the 2,000 employees in the venture, many are expected to be hired by Ford or VW.
Early voting starts today. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'm taking you live to the polls and telling you everything you need to know before you cast your ballot.
This morning, economists are feeling hopeful about the release of the gross domestic product data today. We're going to take a look at the big stories that could impact your money.
And this morning, we're not gross outside. In fact, we've got some clear skies finally. We'll take a look at how long this sunshine sticks around on Fox 45 Early Edition. Let's do it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, October 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. It's a purple Thursday morning, and it's clear skies Thursday morning, too.
And it was warm. I had on just a light jacket when I came out this morning. Good start to the day. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see What's in store for the rest of the day?
Yeah, and temperatures are in the 50s, guys. Not too bad right now. Good morning to both of you, and good morning to everybody. Appreciate you being here with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock. And let's take a look at the Towson camera, which, again, earlier this week we would have to look here, and even yesterday, where we could barely even see that traffic circle. But things are a lot better. Roads are dry, and temps are mainly in the 50s for Bel Air and Westminster over to Cockeysville. 53 in Baltimore, 54 your temp in Annapolis right now. So a cool, clear start to the day. Sunshine returns. Will be breezy this afternoon, and temperatures staying near average. Morning drive, Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Got a green light for you with dry conditions and temps staying in the lower 50s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. And Tom, with the improving weather, hopefully the road's starting off nice, at least with the traffic.
Nailed it. You should be doing our traffic too. Len Stoller Traffic Network here, predicting weather and traffic now. Justin Chambers. All right. Yeah, taking a look at all the roadways here. No issues at around the Baltimore area at all to report. In fact, construction on the Fort McHenry tunnels, they had 2 lanes going, one going north, one going south. That's already starting to pick up too. That's supposed to be open by 5 o'clock. They're just running a little bit late there. Everybody else moving along fine.
5:01 now. Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium on this first day of early voting. Election Day just under 2 weeks away.
It's a way that if you want to vote early and get it out of the way, you can go ahead and do that at any early voting center in the county where you live.
Well, Olivia Dance is joining us live now from a polling site with what you should know as you head out to those polls. Olivia.
Well, good morning. I'm here at the Public Safety Training Center, which is just one of several early voting sites in Baltimore City. Here and across the state, the polls open at 7 this morning, and this election has several hotly contested races, including the race for governor. The ballots also have important questions, including question 4, which asks about legalizing recreational marijuana, or if you're in Baltimore City, there's question K, asking about city leaders' term limits.
Given, the questions that are on the ballot, the candidates, do you expect overall high voter turnout for this election?
We saw a high turnout in the primary election for a gubernatorial primary. It was a high turnout. And so we are certainly planning for a large turnout. That's what we do. We overplan so that however people want to vote, that they can do it that way. And we have the appropriate resources there.
Nikki Charlson from the State Board of Elections is expecting high voter turnout. She says one of the challenges local Board of Elections across the state are facing is understaffing. Despite that, they still have enough poll workers to open early voting centers.
Like everywhere else in our economy right now where staff is short, we just ask voters to be patient. There might be 1 or 2 fewer election judges at a voting location. It might take just a little bit longer to go through the voting process.
A challenge we saw in the primary election was when the Baltimore City BOE misplaced several flash drives containing votes, which ultimately didn't impact results. But to avoid that from happening again, Baltimore City police officers will be transporting the drives for this election. Back to you.
Olivia, as you were just mentioning, though, we saw some issues with Baltimore City during the primary election. Did any other jurisdictions face similar issues?
Well, Tom, great question. And as far as we're aware, no. But the Baltimore County Board of Elections director tells me that they're taking extra precautions to avoid that from happening to them. Take a listen.
We have 5 locations that we call regional collection sites, and all of the hard drives are delivered to those 5 collection sites. And I have 2 of my staff stationed at every one of the sites to ensure that we're getting back the memory sticks from every polling place. I did implement a new program, a text blast program, to remind the chiefs of the chief election judges of the items that need to be brought back to the collection site, to help them remember.
And early voting sites across the state are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day until November 3rd. And, of course, Election Day is November 8th. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Again, we're going to repeat some of those dates, those key dates to mark on your calendar. November 8th, Election Day. That's Tuesday. Mail-in ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. Remember, same-day registration will be available on Election Day with proof of address.
Turning now to a city in crisis. Dozens of mayors from across the country descend on Baltimore looking for ways to limit violence.
Yeah, Mayor Brandon Scott ran for office on a pledge to reduce violence in the city, and so far, violent crime is up.
Residents across the city are now questioning the crime plan and the effectiveness to curb the levels.
I think the perception is ultimately gotten worse. I love the city, but we're seeing incidents in Federal Hill, right outside of the building I work, outside Cannon, Fells Point, a lot of different areas that we didn't see crime before.
I feel unsafe in the city of Baltimore, and I think a lot of people share my concerns.
Now, concern from some residents is the police department claims the crime crisis in the city is slowing down. At a hearing at City Hall yesterday, police staff, including Commissioner Michael Harrison, gave a quarterly crime data update focusing on carjackings, robberies, and burglaries. Overall, they suggested their crime-fighting strategy is working.
But according to information available on the police department's website, when comparing this year to last year, carjackings are still up 23%, robberies are up 15%, and burglaries are up 10%. These unsettling numbers now leaving many residents questioning the mayor's crime plan.
All throughout this city. It's a shame. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what his plan is, but whatever his plan is, he needs to get to it and show us his promise.
On the other hand, some residents feel optimistic and are looking ahead to the new presumptive city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, who supporters believe will be tougher on crime in terms of prosecutions than his predecessor. New gross domestic product numbers are expected to come out this morning.
Megan Gillen is joining us from our live center with these early predictions. Megan.
Here we go, guys. Analysts are expecting this morning's third quarter GDP to come out here this morning, and they think that it's going to show the U.S. economy rebounded, potentially growing by as much as 3.1% in the last 3 months. That would be huge news coming from where we were, a big upswing. On the surface, seems like really good evidence that we are not in or approaching a recession. That rebound being attributed to our trade deficit that likely shrank in the previous 3 months as exports we know increased. But here's the issue, guys. Experts say if you strip trade out of this, underneath, the data is expected to show demand in the U.S. was flat. Looking ahead, we know gas prices now rising again after falling over the summer. OPEC Plus will start production cuts next week. And unions representing about 29,000 rail workers have voted down tentative contracts, prompting worries that there may be strikes in the months ahead. Bottom line, guys, the report that we get here this morning may not reflect what most Americans are experiencing right now. And analysts say that it should not be used as a predictor of the future. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you, Tom.
All right, thank you, Megan. And we are looking ahead to Thursday night football, the matchup between two big-time quarterbacks. The words of respect from each in Sports Unlimited.
Temperatures are not too bad in the 50s right now, but the good news is we do not have that fog. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect for the weekend ahead. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Stay with us. 5:11 is your time right now on your Weather Authority forecast. Overall, clear conditions as we look out from our Towson camera this morning. Heading out the door on your out the door cast, we're going to see a jacket for, well, at least a light jacket for the course of the morning. And we get to use our sunglasses once again today. No need for the umbrella as that rain and mist have moved on. Yeah, Carlos the Crab, he's back to a happy crab today. 5 on the Crabcast. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
Well, making headlines this morning, CareFirst, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and Johns Hopkins Hospital have reached an agreement to keep Hopkins doctors in the insurer's network. Contract negotiations have been extensive regarding CareFirst rate of reimbursement. The existing contract was set to expire in December, leading many patients to worry about certain procedures or doctors not being covered.
Social Security Administration workers are rallying for improved working conditions. Yesterday, a group of union members protesting outside the Social Security building in West Baltimore. They say the struggle to recruit and retain workers is affecting their ability to serve the public. Workers say they want increased staffing, more telework flexibility, and better pay.
Inflation is having a spooky impact this Halloween. How much you can expect to spend on your sweet tooth?
Oh, but first, all eyes on Lamar Jackson and Tom Brady. Their words of encouragement going into tonight's matchup. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Let me read off the list of unanimous MVPs in NFL history. It's Tom Brady, Lamar Jackson. That's it. Tonight, the two-star quarterbacks will square off for just the second time in their careers. Jackson started the season hot, but has cooled off a bit. AFC Player of the Month for September, had 3 straight games with 3 or more touchdowns, and broke a few records in the process. Brady, he's the greatest to ever do it. 7-time Super Bowl champ, 5-time Super Bowl MVP. And while a 20-year age gap separates the two, the respect they have for one another, that's mutual.
It's Brady. Who want to play against Brady? Well, he the GOAT, man, and like you said, you know, I'm always playing against the defense, not the quarterback, so I'm going into every game the same way, same mentality. Just want to go out there and do what I'm supposed to do to win. I was saying, hopefully I'm next to win the Super Bowl. You know, you got 7 of them, so hopefully that's what I'm next to. That's what I was hoping.
He's an amazing player, and he challenges defense. He's has really unique skill set. His ability to, you know, improvise, make plays with his legs, extending plays, and you know, they do a good job with that offense. So they have a good defense. They run the ball extremely well. He's obviously very dangerous with the ball in his hands, and they've got some weapons too. So it's a tough challenge for our defense. We're going to have to play a real complimentary game.
So it should be a good one tonight. While you're waiting for that 8:15 p.m. kickoff, do me a favor, download the Flock on Fox 45 podcast. We break down the short turnaround after a big win. We're talking Browns, we're talking Bucks. We preview this primetime matchup. It's available on Amazon, Apple, Spotify, all platforms. I'm Rocco DeSangro for Sports Unlimited. I'll see you back here tonight.
And Ravens fans are showing off their purple pride as we head into tonight's game. Preeti sent us this adorable picture of Luna getting ready for the big game. And then Monica, look at this. Monica sent us this awesome picture and video of the full Ravens logo painted on her face. Now, earlier in the week, she sent us a picture of half of the logo, and she heard us on air asking for the full thing, and she did it. Look at that. Very nice. That's commitment.
That is commitment. My goodness. All right. I wonder if that stains. We want to see your purple pride. Send us your photos or videos. You might see them on air and online. Just scan the QR code right there on your screen. Or if you don't like QR codes, you can go to foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
Well, consumers will have to scare up a little extra money for Halloween candy next week.
Yeah, the cost of chocolate bars and the like, I guess you could say, are expected to be 14% higher compared to 2021. And according to a report from S&P Global Market Intelligence, we're not showing. There we go. There's chocolate bars. Don't show that other plastic stuff. The increase shouldn't come as a surprise, though, to households. Inflation has been impacting the cost of just about everything. Despite this, Americans are not being frightened away. National Retail Federation says consumers expected to spend $10.6 billion this Halloween. That's about $500 million more than last year.
That's a lot of chocolate. Well, Halloween just got a little cuter thanks to the neonatal intensive care unit at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit. Nurses dressed some of their smallest patients up to represent beloved characters from children's books. How adorable. These costumes included If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, Cat in the Hat, Where's Waldo there? The team at Henry Ford Hospital says they encourage family members to read to their babies while they're in the NICU, and this helped inspire the creative theme for the year.
Love it.
Absolutely beautiful.
That's amazing, yes. Yeah. Well, these queens of the jungle are sinking their teeth into some Halloween fun. 2 lionesses enjoyed playing around with a great pumpkin at the Milwaukee County Zoo. See them right here. Lady Sharp Teeth and Deadly Paws met their match, though, with this 238-pound gourd. Pumpkin playtime is one way the zoo provides enrichment for the big cats while keeping it festive.
Well, it's 5:19. We want to get a check of the forecast as we head into this Purple Thursday game day and just coming off of what we saw yesterday.
Clear skies already. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, I heard you talking about you saw a planet. I saw a shooting star when I let the
Did
dog
you really?
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
That's
as
awesome.
I walked out.
I love that. Did you make a wish?
I did not.
Oh, got a wish on it,
You're
dude.
supposed to wish
The
for the
heck?
Ravens to win tonight.
You can't say it out loud, though, right? Or is
No,
that
you
just
can't. Yeah,
birthday
it
wish?
won't come true. Exactly. But the good news is, guys, yeah, not only just yesterday, but I mean, you got to go back to Saturday. That's the last time we had sun. We got the cloud cover on Sunday. Remember, it rained after the Ravens game Sunday afternoon, and then we just got socked in, and we just really didn't see the sun much at all. So different story for today. Our weather headlines look like this. We are seeing temperatures in the 50s right now. We'll be on our way to the mid-60s. After a cool and clear start, sunny and breezy for the afternoon, and temperatures actually staying near average for this time of year. Here's a look at our HD radar. The cold front that we saw that moved through, that is well to the south and to the east of us. So ridge of high pressure, that's going to build in. Keep the wind up a little bit here later today with the northwest wind at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. Could see some stronger gusts at times. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep. No need for the rain gear here this morning, but definitely get a coat on. 51 by 7 a.m. back to the lower 60s through noon, and we'll be in those mid-60s into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Hey, maybe golfers, you can get back there and actually play today on our forecast. 55 by 9 a.m. and 60s will continue into the later part of the afternoon. So average, as I mentioned, 65, right about that number in Baltimore City. Lower 60s for Westminster and Cockeysville out through Bel Air. And taking a look at our temperature tracker, notice those numbers right near the average mark as we head into the weekend. But into Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, as we get into Halloween and the first week of November, look how those numbers go up. We're actually going to see above average temperatures, even some lower 70s by Tuesday of next week. Finally, pilots can get out there and fly today. We are go for launch, VFR and breezy. Visual flight rules for the afternoon with plenty of sunshine. All right, here's that future scan. So staying dry today and tomorrow, and basically into the weekend. We'll get a little bit more cloud cover rolling in on Saturday and Sunday, but we're not tracking any rain. However, we are looking at a little bit of rain for Halloween, and most of that is going to come during the day. Still could see a few sprinkles by Halloween evening, but this is Sunday afternoon with those clouds rolling back in. Speaking of Halloween, we're just 4 days out from the holiday. That's Clyde the Curious Cat right there. 15 days until Veterans Day, and guys, 4 weeks from today, Turkey Day. 4 weeks, 28 days. Birthdays right before Thanksgiving, too. I'm excited about that. 60s continue tomorrow. Lower 60s on Friday, mid 60s Saturday and Sunday, and then we're back to the upper 60s on Monday. You can see Billy the Bones right there just doing his little jig for Halloween, which is coming up on Monday. All right, Mark Jones with the MTA. Look at our mass transit. Finally, that mist is gone. Mark.
Fantastic. That's a big help, isn't it, for the commute? Out there right now, Justin, you'll find on the MARC train system, Penn Train 505 and Camden Train 841, both running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Had some earlier delay out there on Metro Subway Link, but looking good for travel now in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station, and light rail link on schedule in both directions there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Violent threat on school grounds continues with seemingly no end in sight. The pressure now being put on school officials to protect our children.
But first, how long should elected officials stay in office? The way that you can make your voice heard. That's just ahead. 5:23, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
526, and in your health headlines this morning, controlling high blood pressure in older adults may be one of the best ways to reduce the risk of developing dementia. Australian researchers studied more than 28,000 people from 20 different countries. Patients were followed until the development of dementia. Now, investigators say those who maintained a lower blood pressure reduced their risk of developing dementia. Study authors say their work suggests using available treatments to lower blood pressure is currently one of the best bets to fighting this disease.
A new study says most listeria outbreaks are connected to deli meats. A 30-year study published in the International Journal of Food Microbiology says that most listeria outbreaks happened over that period in several categories of foods. About 90%, though, were connected to deli meats. Listeriosis is a bacterial foodborne infection that can cause diarrhea, fever, nausea, vomiting. Cold cuts and meat should be heated to at least 165 degrees, and refrigerators should be cleaned regularly and remain at 40 degrees or colder.
Should Baltimore City leaders have term limits? That's a question you'll answer this election. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from those for and against. Question K.
And no deal. After the break, the looming strike threatening to cripple our nation's supply chain and the critical deadline to stop it. It's 5:27 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following three big stories for you this half hour. We are looking ahead to Election Day and the question of term limits for elected officials, how you can make your voice heard this year. Disturbing videos of violent incidents on school grounds gaining attention from state leadership. The calls now to school officials to enforce policies. Plus, speedsters ripping through school zones. The latest incident and the response from the mayor. Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and better weather when you walk out the door this morning.
Absolutely. Let's get started with meteorologist Justin Chambers and a look at the forecast for the day.
After a while, that mist and that fog just gets annoying, right? Because it's just like, when is this going to stop? So finally, we got some of those clouds to roll out of here. Still a few clouds hanging around this morning, but a lot better conditions, and the roads are dry. Temperatures a little cooler. You can see those on the right side of your screen. A lot of us are waking up in the 50s at this hour. A cool and clear start, sunny and breezy for the afternoon. Wind is going to be with us, but we do get that sunshine as well later today, and those temperatures actually staying near average. Out for your morning drive or getting the kids to school in the next few hours, notice those numbers stay mainly in the lower 50s under mainly clear skies as well. We'll top out today right about 65, a little cooler tomorrow on Friday, and then back to the mid 60s on Saturday. Overall, great couple of fall afternoons are on the way. We are tracking some rain, and unfortunately, it's going to be right around Halloween. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few.
Well, Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium today on the first day of early voting.
Election officials predicting high voter turnout for this election.
When Baltimore City voters head to the polls, one of the big questions they will answer is, should our city leaders be term limited?
Olivia Dance joining us live now with the arguments from both sides of the aisle. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right. There's both supporters and those against Question K, as you can see from this sign behind me. But at 9 this morning, supporters of term limits will meet here at the Public Safety Training Center, which is also an early voting site. And at the meeting, speakers will include leaders from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, also known as PEACE. And if Question K is passed, the mayor, city council president, and comptroller would all be limited to 2 4-year terms. Councilman Yitzi Schleifer introduced similar legislation in 2018, but he has some questions.
If multiple council people serve 2 terms and then wanted to run for council president or wanted to run for mayor, would they be able to do so?
He's unsure if the language in Question K would prevent term-limited candidates from running for another office, but supporters of Question K say no.
There is no prohibition in Question K for an elected official who served for 2 terms to run for another office. In fact, that's the desire. Ultimately, a person would serve as for 2 terms as the city council member, would then get elected the president of the city council for 2 terms, and then serve for mayor for 2 terms.
And again, even though there are supporters, there's also many people who are against Question K. And at 9:30 this morning, the Baltimore City Democratic State Central Committee is holding a meeting announcing their opposition to term limits. Following the meeting, they will be launching a citywide text campaign. But ultimately, Question K will be the decision of voters in the city. And Fox 45 News will be at both of the meetings this morning, and we'll bring you live updates. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Should there be term limits for elected officials? Right now, 88% of those who voted say yes. We want to hear from you. You can weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com and clicking on the Pulse tab. Representative Andy Harris and his Democratic challenger Heather Mazur faced off in likely their only debate ahead of Election Day. They traded blows on topics ranging from abortion to the January 6th attacks. Both candidates feel the economy is a key issue at the ballot box.
Clearly, this is the top issue on people's minds. Every time they drive past a gas station, they're reminded of it. Every time a farmer wants to fill their tractors with diesel, they're reminded of it. Record high prices in both cases. Now better than they were a few months ago, but 150% higher than they were 2 years ago.
Your corporate friends are spending more time on making sure that they prioritize shareholders rather than the consumers at the pump.
You can watch the full debate on the Cecil TV YouTube channel.
Well, turning now to the crisis in the classroom as we continue to see videos of violent incidents in public schools. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott announcing a new plan, though it's similar to a Safe Streets initiative aimed at protecting kids. Starting next year, a pilot program will put violence interrupters at Mervo, Carver Vocational, and Digital Harbor High Schools. The mayor says those schools were chosen based on recent violence, the number of arrests there, and their ability to host a pilot program. The interrupters are meant to de-escalate potentially dangerous situations with students by using interpersonal skills and conflict resolution. It's still unclear, though, exactly how many there will be or who will be tasked with keeping schools safe.
An investigation is ongoing this morning after Baltimore City Police confirm a car hit a crossing guard outside Sinclair Lane Elementary School. It happened yesterday morning. She suffered broken bones and a head injury and is currently in the hospital. The crossing guard, who has held that job for nearly 3 decades, was just about to escort children across the street. Those students were not hurt.
Slow the hell down. We have investigated over 1,000 accidents, 1,000 accidents in the city since the 1st of September, many due to people traveling at excess speeds.
Now, the driver did remain at the scene. Police have not, as of this point, announced any charges.
School violence also an issue plaguing Baltimore County, and Delegate Kathy Slagan demanding some answers about the violence inside Perry Hall High School. Since the start of the school year, we've seen multiple videos of students fighting on school grounds. The incident so concerning, at least one state delegate has reached out to the school's principal for answers on what's being done to stop it.
I think we really need a thorough look at behavior policies. They clearly have gotten lax, and students, it seems like they're not afraid of the consequences and repercussions for their bad behaviors.
Systems of Chief of Schools says 5 school safety assistants were hired and assigned to Perry Hall this year, in addition to 2 resource officers. When we pressed leadership on how many students had been suspended or expelled because of fighting, representatives said that information is not readily available. Well, this morning, a second railroad union rejects a critical labor deal needed to avoid a strike nationwide.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what happens now. Megan.
Yeah, we're taking you live to the White House here, guys, this morning, where that tentative agreement coordinated by the Biden administration, freight companies and unions was just rejected by the Brotherhood of Railroad Signalmen, the union voting down that deal with more than 60% saying no. Well, the BRS, representing more than 10,000 rail workers from coast to coast and is one of the 3 major unions at the bargaining table, the president of BRS saying the deal, quote, failed to recognize the safety-sensitive and highly stressful job BRS members perform each day to keep the railroad running and supply chain flowing. The railroads, guys, have estimated that a rail strike could cost the economy $2 billion per day. Bottom line, if they don't reach a new agreement here before November 19th, the union could authorize a strike, which has great potential to cripple our national supply chain. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Halloween right around the corner, and we want to help you get into the spooky mood. A local event highlighting blockbuster films.
Plus, the sunshine returns after a gloomy few days. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know if it sticks around. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:41 is your time, 19 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Thursday morning, Friday Eve, and we've got more clear skies than we've seen the last few mornings. Much better look here from our Towson camera. Overall, quiet conditions. You're out the door cast. We're talking about a light jacket. Sunglasses for sure needed today. No need for the umbrella or the rain gear, at least for now. Out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. Should be a lot drier if you're heading out. Just notice those temperatures in the lower 50s. So maybe a light, long sleeve pullover as you're heading out for that run or that jog. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
5:42 and turning now to the war in Ukraine. More than 200 important cultural and historic sites in Ukraine have been damaged or destroyed in Russia's invasion.
Now, that's according to 2 UN agencies. The agencies say they are finalizing a database of cultural sites comparing before and after satellite images. They've identified 205 impacted spots, though they say Ukraine's 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites haven't been impacted. The database is part of an effort by prosecutors, human rights experts, and refugee agencies to document the devastation caused by Russia's war.
Potential home buyers seeing difficulties as many say they are not earning enough. Coming up in 20 minutes, national correspondent Atra Al-Nashar will join us with what this is saying about a possible crash in the housing market.
Do you remember MySpace, the social media site that could be heading in that same direction? 5:43 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Halloween is just a few days away, and we want to see how you're getting into the spooky mood. Debbie and Charlie sent us this picture of their puppy. That's Winter getting ready for Halloween. Very cute. And Victoria sent us this awesome picture of her house. Her house is all decked out, all spooky for Halloween. And then we had Amanda who sent us this picture of her holiday tree. It was created by a local business called Charlie May Christmas. Can you really call it Christmas? Pumpkins, though, on there.
Halloween, Christmas, just get it all ready and just leave that tree up all season long, right?
I guess.
Put some hearts on it and keep it up for Valentine's Day.
Hey, I like that idea, actually.
Yeah. Well, we want to see your decorations and your costumes. You can share your stunning pictures of all your fall foliage, too. Send us your photos or your videos, and you may see them on air and online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
So a lot of people are going to be celebrating Halloween this weekend, and there are lots of different events. The BSO is giving you a chance to hear some spooky music from a Hollywood blockbuster. The music of Get Out will be featured this Saturday. The in-concert series also includes The Godfather, Home Alone, and Black Panther.
Well, take a look at this. Vibrant scene all around Loch Raven Reservoir captured by our drone.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, just drove by there yesterday. Unbelievable. These beautiful colors on display as peak season continues.
Oh, I love that. That looks absolutely gorgeous. My drive home, I just take it in now because it's everywhere. Up 795, either side, you just take it in.
Love the pops of color everywhere, and the leaves on the ground now, too, a lot of places here. We'll find out exactly if we're going to have some more days where we could just drive around and look at the leaves.
Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
So the thing with fall is, like, you know, when you have those gray skies and you have those colors pop, it's kind of fun because it, you know, lightens you up. It lightens the mood a little bit. And then today and tomorrow, we get to look at those colors against the blue skies and that bright cobalt blue. And we'll get those crisp fall evenings. And yeah, we're pretty close to peak right here in central Maryland. We've already seen peak in parts of western Maryland, but those fall colors are looking great. We love all of those great pictures. And speaking of the fall colors, rake cast Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. You can get back to get some of that yard work done and rake up some of those leaves. But today, it'll be a day where they can blow into your neighbor's yard because it's breezy for the afternoon, and then pick them up tomorrow. Here's a look at our live cam right over downtown Baltimore. Everything looking good from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam at this time. And overall, that cold front well to the south and to the east of us. Then we get this big old H rolling in. That's a ridge of high pressure that's going to keep us high and dry for the next few days. There's Daryl the Dragonfly. He's back with us here, buzzing about this morning. Mid to upper 50s as we take you through the middle of the morning, on our way to highs in the mid 60s for the afternoon. And should talk about right about 65, which is right around average for late October here in Baltimore. Sun comes up at 7:29, and I'm going to be showing you those sunrise shots basically throughout the 7 o'clock hour as we get closer to that. And the sun will only be up until 6:12. Daylight hours are definitely shrinking. All right, we're talking about upper 50s and lower 60s across northern Baltimore and Carroll counties for today. 60 in Reisterstown. Perry Hall, White Marsh here in the low to mid 60s as well today. Hartford and Cecil counties will be in those lower 60s. Actually have freeze watches posted for northern Baltimore and Hartford counties for tonight as we are getting near to the end of growing season there, and some of those temperatures will be dropping. Here's a look at our future scan. Dry for today and for tomorrow as well. Finally, no cloud cover. The rain, the mist, that's all done. Now, you're going to get a little bit more clouds rolling in on Saturday and Sunday as that ridge slides off to the east, and that brings us more of kind of that onshore flow. And we are tracking some rain, unfortunately, for Halloween. Looks like it's going to be mainly during the day with a couple of leftover showers into the evening time on Monday. 53 days out until Hanukkah, just 59 days until Christmas. How about that? Here's that 7-day forecast for you. 65 today, low to mid 60s into Friday and Saturday. And overall on Halloween, we'll be in the 60s during the afternoon. Again, some showers rolling in off and on throughout the day, left over into early Tuesday, but those temperatures next week will warm back up. Patrice?
All right, well, let's take a look at what's happening on the roadways in our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we look at the highways throughout the region. Look at that, looking good across the board. Not a lot of traffic on some of those roads, and the ones that are up and out are moving along up to speed. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train 843 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC are on time for the commute start. If your ride is on Metro Subway Link, expect about a 15 to 20-minute delay in both directions of that service, and Light Rail Link checking in on time out there this morning. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Is the housing market in danger of collapsing? I'm Autral Nashar with a look at the drastic drop in home sales.
Plus, early voting officially begins today in Maryland. We have the details on how you can cast your ballot. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:54 on this Thursday morning in your consumer news. Kia is recalling 71,000 SUVs due to a fire risk and is telling its owners to keep those vehicles parked outside until they are fixed. Kia says 2008 and 2009 Sportage models are a fire hazard even when they're not running. Washington Post reports Kia and its parent automaker Hyundai have recalled nearly 1 million vehicles since 2020 because of the related problem with corrosion around the anti-lock braking system.
There is a major shift occurring in the housing market after 2 years of low mortgage rates and soaring home prices. Now, those prices remain high, even though mortgage demand is plummeting to the lowest point in 25 years. That's according to the Mortgage Bankers Association.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar explains what this means for buyers, sellers, and the economy at large.
Rapidly rising mortgage rates are drying out the pool of potential home buyers. A 30-year fixed now above 7%, driven by higher interest rates from the Federal Reserve. As the National Association of Realtors chief economist Dr. Lawrence Yoon explains, despite falling demand, supply isn't getting better.
The home sellers, many homeowners across the country, they have locked in at that low 3% mortgage rate, and they don't want to give that up. Consequently, we are not seeing inventory popping out strongly.
For renters looking to buy their first home, in much of the country, affordable is out of the question. A recent Point Two Homes report finds there are only 4 large American cities, Detroit, Tulsa, Memphis, and Oklahoma City, where renters earn enough to afford an entry-level home. These tight conditions could improve if builders constructed more units, but that's not expected to happen as long as mortgage rates are so high. And no doubt builders are taking notice of September's nearly 11% monthly drop in new home sales that the government reported Wednesday. Without an influx of new construction, current homes are holding on to their high value. Redfin chief economist Daryl Fairweather says that's protecting the housing market from collapsing.
Compared to just a couple of years ago, compared to when most people bought their home, the value of their home is going to be pretty high.
Yoon agrees the market has a strong foundation, but says the drop in mortgage demand is a red flag and urges the Fed to pay attention to what's happening with real estate as it works to slow down the whole economy to lower inflation.
With the home sales falling, builders constructing fewer homes, that is also pulling down the broader economy.
But the Fed acknowledges it will take up to a year for the full effects of higher interest rates to show up, leaving the housing market on the front line of their fight against inflation, for now, taking the hardest hits. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
Elon Musk strolled into Twitter headquarters, look at this, carrying a sink. The video is captioned, "Entering Twitter headquarters. Let that sink in." Ba-dum-bum. The billionaire has until tomorrow to close a $44 billion deal to buy the company. Musk tried to back out of the purchase earlier this year, but Twitter sued to force him to complete it. A judge set the new deadline earlier this month, and if it's not met, the trial could happen next month.
Well, speaking of Twitter, Reuters is reporting Twitter is losing its most active users, or the heavy tweeters. The largest user loss is among accounts interested in fashion or celebrities, with many moving to rival platforms like Instagram and TikTok. They make up less than 10% of all monthly users, but generate 90% of all tweets and half of all global revenue from the site.
5:58 in Education Alert now. The First Lady is working on recruiting more teachers.
Yeah, Joe Biden spoke at an event in Rhode Island for students interested in education career at Rhode Island College.
Now, across the nation, districts are struggling to fill positions. Dr. Biden has been a teacher for decades and says it is not just a job, it's a calling.
Imagine yourself in a career where you are never bored, where you laugh and learn something new every single day. It's all of that and so much more. Answer this call. Become a teacher. And when you do, you'll find a profession that brings you joy and meaning.
Now, Biden touted her husband's accomplishments, including the plan to cancel student loan debt and the steps that he took to reopen schools safely during the pandemic. Early voting starts in just about an hour. What you need to know before you head out to the polls.
Mayor Brandon Scott ran for office on a pledge to reduce violence in the city, but we haven't seen any change. Just ahead, the question that residents across the city have about his crime plan.
And we are expecting some good news today as we wait on the gross domestic product data. And just ahead from our live center, the big factors that could play into these numbers and what it could mean for you.
The clouds have moved on. The clear skies rolling in. Temperatures looking pretty good as well. We'll talk about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
It is time for voters to set the stage for the future. Early voting begins today in Maryland ahead of the November 8th elections.
Polls opening in an hour at 7 o'clock, and among critical decisions, should voters in Baltimore introduce term limits for the mayor, comptroller, and city council? Olivia Dance standing by live. She'll join us in just a moment with everything you need to know before you head out to the polls.
Well, good morning to all of you on this Thursday, October 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Somebody's already excited to be here. He's got his purple shirt and tie on.
He's pacing as we're entering the show. He's got the energy,
Everywhere.
the nervous energy, the excited energy. But he's in place now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. Looking at the forecast.
Big energy. That's what I got. Got that big energy. Yeah, you know why? Sunshine returns today. I'm very excited about that. Look, it's been there. We just haven't seen it very much in the last 4 days. So, look, I grew up in Vegas. I had a lot of sunshine my whole life. So when it's not around for a couple days, I get pretty upset. So a lot of us do, too. And that's why it's nice to see the sun that's going to be coming back up. Now, look, it's still an hour and a half from the sunrise, but we'll show it to you live right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Low to mid 50s for Hagerstown and Westminster right now. 51 Bel Air and Baltimore City. 54 your temp in Annapolis. So a cool and clear start. It will be breezy today with the sunshine that'll be with us. And temperatures actually near average for this time of year. Green light. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Dry roads, temperatures in the 50s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Hopefully the roads are looking good too, Patrice.
Well, so far, so good on our Lynn Stoller traffic network. As we look around the highways in the region, everybody is up to speed this morning. 6:01 now. Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium on this first day of early voting. Election day just under 2 weeks away.
It's a way that if you want to vote early and get it out of the way, you can go ahead and do that at any early voting center in the county where you live.
Now, Olivia Dance is joining us live right now from a polling site with what you need to know before you head to the polls. Olivia.
Good morning, and I'm here at the Public Safety Training Center, which is just one of several early voting sites in Baltimore City. Here and across the state, the polls open at 7 this morning, so in just about an hour. This election, though, has several hotly contested races, including the race for governor. The ballots also have important questions, including question 4, which asks about legalizing recreational marijuana, or if you're in Baltimore City, there's question K, asking about city leaders' term limits.
Given, the questions that are on the ballot, the candidates, do you expect overall high voter turnout for this election?
We saw a high turnout in the primary election for a gubernatorial primary. It was a high turnout. And so we are certainly planning for a large turnout. That's what we do. We overplan so that however people want to vote, that they can do it that way. And we have the appropriate resources there.
Nikki Charlson from the State Board of Elections is expecting high voter turnout. She says one of the challenges local board of elections across the state are facing is understaffing. Despite that, though, they still have enough poll workers to open early voting centers.
Like everywhere else in our economy right now where staff is short, we just ask voters to be patient. There might be 1 or 2 fewer election judges at a voting location. It might take just a little bit longer to go through the voting process.
And a challenge we saw in the primary election was when the Baltimore City BOE misplaced several flash drives containing votes, which ultimately, though, didn't impact results. But to avoid that from happening again, Baltimore City police officers will be in charge of transporting those drives this election. Back to you.
Olivia, as you were mentioning, though, we saw some issues with Baltimore City during the primary election. Did any other jurisdictions face similar issues?
Well, Tom, as far as we're aware, no, but the Baltimore County Board of Elections director tells me that they are taking extra precautions to avoid that from happening to them. Take a listen.
We have 5 locations that we call regional collection sites, and all of the hard drives are delivered to those 5 collection sites. And I have 2 of my staff stationed at every one of the sites to ensure that we're getting back the memory sticks from every polling place. I did implement a new program, a text blast program, to remind the chiefs of the chief election judges of the items that need to be brought back to the collection site, to help them remember.
And early voting sites across the state will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day until November 3rd. And then, of course, Election Day is November 8th. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Here are some key dates to mark on your calendar. Tuesday, November 8th, that's Election Day. Mail-in ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. Remember, same day registration will be available right on Election Day. Just need proof of address.
6:04 and turning now to a city in crisis. Dozens of mayors from across the country descend on Baltimore looking for lessons in limiting violence.
Mayor Brandon Scott ran for office on a pledge to reduce violence in the city, and so far violent crime is up.
Residents across the city now questioning the crime plan and the effectiveness to curb the levels.
I think the perception is ultimately gotten worse. I love the city, but we're seeing incidents in Federal Hill, right outside of the building I work, outside Cannon, Fells Point, a lot of different areas that we didn't see crime before.
I feel unsafe in the city of Baltimore, and I think a lot of people share my concerns.
Well, concern from residents as the police department claims the crime crisis in the city is actually slowing down. At a hearing at City Hall just yesterday, police staff, including Commissioner Michael Harrison, gave a quarterly crime data update focusing on carjackings, robberies, and burglaries. Overall, they suggested the crime fighting strategy is working.
But according to information available on the police department's website, when comparing this year to last year, carjackings are still up 23%, robberies are up 15%, burglaries are up 10%. These unsettling numbers now leaving many residents questioning the mayor's crime plan.
All throughout this city. It's a shame. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what his plan is, but whatever his plan is, he needs to get to it and show us his promise.
On the other hand, some residents do feel optimistic, and they're looking ahead to the new presumptive city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, who supporters believe will be tougher on crime in terms of prosecutions than his predecessor was.
Mayor Scott is also promoting the Safe Streets program to leaders during this conference. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost questioned the effectiveness of that program and why it's being seen as a success. You can find her full story on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
6:06 now. New gross domestic product numbers are expected to come out this morning.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with these early predictions. Megan?
Yeah, guys, we're waiting on the third quarter GDP to come out here this morning. Analysts expecting it to show the U.S. economy rebounded, potentially growing by as much as 3.1% in the last 3 months. That would be huge, a big upswing. And on the surface, seems like really good evidence that we are not in or approaching a recession. That rebound being attributed to our trade deficit that likely shrank in the previous 3 months as exports increased. But here's the issue, guys. Experts say if you strip trade out of this, underneath, the data is expected to show demand in the U.S. was flat. Looking ahead, we know gas prices now rising again after falling over the summer. OPEC Plus will start production cuts next week. And the big thing is unions, representing about 29,000 rail workers, have voted down tentative contracts this morning. That's prompting new worries. There may be strikes after all in the months ahead. Bottom line here, guys, the report that we get this morning might not actually reflect what most Americans, what all of us are experiencing right now. And analysts say that it should not be used as a predictor for the future. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Voters for and against Question K making their voices heard this morning. Ahead in our next half hour, what both sides are saying about term limits for certain Baltimore City elected officials.
Vice President Kamala Harris is coming to Baltimore. Just ahead, what she is hoping to do in the final stretch before the midterms.
And we're changing our weather pattern. No longer are we starting off with the fog and the mist. We've got mainly clear skies. We'll take a look at how long that sunshine sticks around on Fox 45 Morning News. We hope you stick around.
Vice President Kamala Harris is coming to Baltimore this weekend.
The vice president will attend a campaign event hoping to boost Democratic candidates in the final stretch before the midterms. She'll be joined by gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore and Senator Chris Van Hollen. The event is scheduled to take place Saturday. The location of the event has not yet been released.
Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox will also be holding back-to-back campaign rallies Friday and Saturday. Friday's event is at 12:30 in Hampstead.
We have the latest on both rallies on FOXBaltimore.com right now.
Early voting starts in Maryland today. Election Day is just days away. Just ahead, why there's growing concern, though, of errors in the voter registration system.
After record-breaking rental prices, a new trend. What many are doing to avoid apartment costs and save a little cash. I'm Dee Dee Gatton with the National Desk, and I'll have more coming up.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide.
Making headlines this morning, it took a Wisconsin jury less than 3 hours to find Darrell Brooks guilty on 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. Brooks plowed his car into a crowd, killing 6 people and injuring 61 others at a Christmas parade in Waukesha last year. The families in the courtroom say they're satisfied with the outcome.
It's been a difficult day. I know that this will give us healing. This is another step forward in this process. We've been resilient all the way through. One of the things that I've said so much throughout this is that we're stronger than him.
Brooks now faces a mandatory sentence of life in prison. The actual date for his sentencing will be set on Monday.
Well, former Nevada politician Robert Telles is pleading not guilty in the stabbing death of a Las Vegas investigative journalist last month. Telles, who was a former Clark County public administrator, was formally indicted last week in the murder of 69-year-old Jeff German. Now, during yesterday's proceedings, the prosecutor told the judge that the state will not seek the death penalty against Telles. Telles is due back in court for a status check next week, November 2nd.
Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium, and already courtrooms across the country are dealing with more than 100 lawsuits targeting certain voting rules.
Now, it's the most legal trouble ever before a U.S. election, and it's likely a preview of what's to come post-midterms. Now, party officials say they're actively preparing for recounts, contested elections, and more litigation.
When Utah voters go to the ballot box, someone or something will be watching. Every unattended drop box across Utah will have a surveillance camera recording every movement. Allegations of ballot harvesting and ballot stuffing in other states led Utah Representative John Hawkins to introduce the new law, mandatory 24/7 surveillance.
There were opportunities that you could probably get away with some stuff if there wasn't an action taken to surveil.
Yeah, so we've never had any reports of people tampering or anything with the ballot boxes.
Utah Elections Director Ryan Cowley thinks that the bill wasn't in response to illegal activity happening in Utah, but instead to instill voter confidence. On average, it cost $1,148 for each camera installed statewide.
Taking a live look at the White House this morning, questions surrounding whether or not former President Trump will announce his bid for commander-in-chief is still in play. He stoked curiosity last week at a rally in Texas where he hinted at a 2024 run. Now he's expected to headline a rally for GOP candidates in Sioux City, Iowa, 1 week from today. He's backing Governor Kim Reynolds and Senator Chuck Grassley. Former president also expected to make stops in Pennsylvania and Ohio in the home stretch right before the midterms. 6:18, and did you know that the Powerball jackpot has now reached $800 million?
I saw that on my way into work. There's a billboard that I passed. But not only that, there were 36 drawings in a row with no grand prize winner, which led up to yesterday's drawing.
So you'd think, all right, well, I'm going to go out and buy a Powerball ticket. You may want to do that on your way home. According to Powerball, it's the 5th largest jackpot in the history and the 8th largest U.S. lottery jackpot of all time. Powerball says the cash value of the prize, though, will be a mere $384 million.
I'll take it. Tickets are $2 per play. And in case you're wondering, the odds of winning the grand prize, 1 in 292 million. The next drawing is Saturday.
Yeah.
Your odds are almost as much as your take-home amount. But hey, somebody is going to win it. It could be you, right? You know?
Can't win if you don't play, right? Isn't that right, meteorologist Justin Chambers?
We always say that. You can't win if you don't play. And they added a drawing, if you guys know that. I don't know if you know. I was looking at it like a couple weeks ago, and I was like, wait, they draw on Mondays now, too? So they draw on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays.
Okay. Well, so the billboard that I pass when I come into work has both of them. So this is Powerball, right?
Yeah, Mega Millions is Tuesday and Friday. Yeah.
So, and that one is like 64 million, according to the sign I saw this morning.
Don't need that.
I'd be just as happy with that amount.
I'm serious.
I mean,
I'd be happy with a free donut. I mean, Mark Clark brought that big donut in yesterday, and I didn't even get a bite of it. I saw him walking around with it.
That's your fault. There was plenty of time.
There was a lot of food here yesterday.
Yes, there was.
You still have your cakes? Both of your cakes untouched in the fridge from yesterday.
Patrice, we got to get in on that, Patrice. Wow. All right.
Oh, man.
It's good stuff. Hey, it has purple for Purple Thursday, guys, which is good. Of course, the Ravens will be on the road, in Tampa tonight on primetime football on Amazon, which is weird that it's streaming. But I do love when Al Michaels is on and when he calls a Ravens game, because he always says Baltimore. Because he's like, an East Coast guy, and he always says Baltimore. So I always like when Al calls the game. But, Brady, Lamar, all that good stuff. All right, here's our HD radar. Large ridge of high pressure is moving in. That's going to keep us dry. The cold front that we saw yesterday, that was what helped to blow all of that cloud cover out of here and bringing us clear skies. Overall, a light jacket needed for the kids this morning. Beep, beep, as they get out to the bus stop here over the next couple of hours. We're talking lower 50s, right about 61 by noon, and we'll be in the mid-60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So overall, a mild afternoon. Do we have the Halloween music? Is that possible? I don't know how quickly we can pull that up for the spooky music. Yeah, baby. A Halloween weekend forecast, which I put in purple, right? Because we got Purple Thursday. 62 tomorrow, mid-60s Saturday, mid-60s on Sunday. And then for All Hallows Eve, Halloween, Overall in the afternoon, we'll see temperatures in the mid-60s with cloud cover. Couple of showers that'll be picking up off and on throughout the day. Could have a few stray showers as the kids get out to trick-or-treating. Now, 6:06 is the sunset on Monday night. But temperatures are not going to be bad. It's just going to be the potential for some of that rain. I love it. I love when we can do that music stuff. Thank you. All right, 60-year temp in Westminster and Eldersburg for this afternoon. 58 the Hereford Zone, 61 in Towson. Numbers in Hartford and Cecil counties also in the lower 60s for today. But let me show you what's going on with the temperatures tonight. They are going to drop. We will see the potential for some 30s. So we're going to get near freezing, especially in Carroll, northern Baltimore, and Hartford County. That's why the National Weather Service has actually posted a freeze watch. Northern Baltimore, all of Hartford and Cecil counties. This goes until early tomorrow morning. So not this morning, but tomorrow morning, we could see those freezy or even frosty conditions. I just said freezy. I meant frosty. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, green lights on your car wash cast. If you want to clean up the cars, no issues. We're not tracking any rain. 7-day forecast looks like this. 65 today, low to mid-60s into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, as I mentioned. There he is. That's Billy Bones. So Hazel is taking the day off. We've got Billy right there. He's doing his little thing, dancing around for Halloween. And then check out those numbers. Yeah, check out those numbers next week, back to the upper 60s and lower 70s. Mark Clark, excited for Halloween, are you?
Halloween, yes, always. It's
Mark
always
Jones.
Fun. Yes, goblins and goblins,
yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now, you'll find on the MARC train system a couple of delays in the mix. We've got train 845 and also train 511 running 5 minutes late right now. The other trains look good for travel. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service from end to end. And Metro Subway Link with a delay. It's presently running about 15 to 20 minutes late in both directions of that service, so certainly allow time for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Your personal information may be at risk, and you're relying on the government to keep it safe. Ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, we'll see how the government is protecting your data and what more needs to be done.
Second Railroad Union voting down a new deal this morning. The rising threats of a strike that would cripple the economy. Come on, yeah. Well, guess what you're doing right now? You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Oh, get this. Chicago isn't just known for its wind or the deep dish pizzas. Yeah, it's actually for the 8th year in a row. It is also the U.S. city with the most rats. That's according to pest company, Orkin, which based its findings on how many rodent removal jobs were performed between September of last year and August of this year.
New York City was runner-up, followed by Los Angeles. Baltimore moved up 4 spots this year. We're now number 8.
All right, come on, we can make it to number 1, right?
No, it's not what we're aiming for.
Breezy and cooler with loads of glorious sunshine. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know what we should expect for the rest of the week.
Should Baltimore City leaders have term limits? That's a question you'll answer this election. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from those for and against Question K. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
You're taking a live look over at Tampa as the Ravens prepare to take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Somebody said they saw roller coasters in this shot. Do you see that?
Is that on the left-hand side a little bit? I don't know.
I can't tell. All right. Well, hopefully the game tonight won't be a roller coaster like, we've seen in the last where we go downhill screaming in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
But we've got lifestyle host Mark Clark. He's going to have more on the game coming up in about 20 minutes. Welcome back to all of you on this Thursday. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's saying no more roller coasters with our weather.
Yeah, looking pretty good, guys. Leveling out nicely. And yeah, we've talked about it, how this is a purple Thursday. And then the Ravens will be on Monday Night Football, so we'll have to do a purple Monday. And then we do a bye week and we don't wear purple. Here's a look outside right now. This is a beautiful shot. Yeah, baby. We got that morning glow. Here it comes. Still about an hour away, but I'm excited. And I hope you are too to see the sunshine. Numbers are actually chilly. a few degrees cooler, about 5 or 6 degrees colder than yesterday morning. Lower 50s for Cockeysville and Towson. Straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. We're at 49 actually in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So low to mid 50s over the next couple of hours on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says we are good to go with dry roads and also nice conditions. Top out at 65 today, a little cooler tomorrow, but back to the mid 60s Saturday. But notice all those sunshine icons. We definitely will see some nice fall afternoons. We'll take a closer look at that forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium today on this, the first day of early voting.
And Board of Election officials are predicting higher voter turnout for this election.
When Baltimore City voters head to the polls, one of the big questions they will answer is, should our city leaders be term limited?
Olivia Dance is joining us live now with the arguments from both sides of the aisle. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, there's many both for and against Question K, as you can see from this sign here. But at 9 this morning, supporters of term limits will meet here at the Public Safety Training Center, which is also an early voting site. And at the meeting, speakers will include leaders from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, also known as PEACE. And if Question K is passed, the mayor, city council, president, and comptroller would all be limited to 2 4-year terms. But Councilman Yitzi Schleifer introduced similar legislation in 2018. But he has some questions.
If multiple council people serve 2 terms and then wanted to run for council president or wanted to run for mayor, would they be able to do so?
He's unsure if the language in Question K would prevent term-limited candidates from running for another office, but supporters of Question K say it wouldn't.
There is no prohibition in Question K for an elected official who served for 2 terms to run for another office. In fact, that's the desire. Ultimately, a person would serve as for 2 terms as the city council member, would then get elected the president of the city council for 2 terms, and then serve for mayor for 2 terms.
And again, even though there are supporters, there are also many people who are against Question K. And at 9:30 this morning, the Baltimore City Democratic State Central Committee is holding a meeting announcing their opposition to term limits. Following the meeting, they will be launching a citywide text campaign. But ultimately, Question K will be the decision of voters in the city. And Fox 45 News will be at both of the meetings this morning and will bring you live updates. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Should there be term limits for elected officials? Right now, 88% of those who voted say yes. We want to hear from you. You can go to foxbaltimore.com and click on the Pulse tab. Representative Andy Harris and his Democratic challenger Heather Mazur faced off in likely what will be their only debate ahead of Election Day. They traded blows on topics ranging from abortion to the January 6th attacks. Both candidates feel that the economy is a key issue at the ballot box.
Clearly, this is the top issue on people's minds. Every time they drive past a gas station, they're reminded of it. Every time a farmer wants to fill their tractors with diesel, they're reminded of it. Record high prices in both cases. Now, better than they were a few months ago, but 150% higher than they were 2 years ago.
Your corporate friends are spending more time on making sure that they prioritize shareholders rather than the consumers at the pump.
You can watch the full debate on the Cecil TV YouTube channel.
6:35 and turning now to the crisis in the classroom as we continue to see videos of violent incidents in public schools. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott announcing a new plan similar to his Safe Streets initiative aimed at protecting our kids. Well, starting next year, a pilot program will put violence interrupters at Mervo, Carver Vocational, and Digital Harbor High Schools. Now, the mayor says those schools were chosen based on recent violence, the number of arrests there, and their ability to host a pilot program. The interrupters are meant to de-escalate potentially dangerous situations with students by using interpersonal skills and conflict resolution. It's still unclear exactly how many, though, there will be or who will be tasked with keeping those schools safe.
School violence is also an issue plaguing Baltimore County. A state lawmaker there is demanding answers about the violence inside Perry Hall High School. Since the start of the year, we've seen multiple videos of students fighting on school grounds. The incident so concerning that at least one state delegate has reached out to the school's principal for answers on what's being done to stop it.
I think we really need a thorough
thorough look at behavior policies. They clearly have gotten lax, and students, it seems like they're not afraid of the consequences and repercussions for their bad behaviors.
The system's chief of schools says 5 school safety assistants were hired and assigned to Perry Hall this year, in addition to 2 resource officers. When we pressed leadership on how many students had been suspended or expelled because of fighting, representatives said that information is not readily available.
Project Baltimore sits down with candidates for Baltimore County School Board. What they say cannot wait when it comes to school violence.
And staying dry and mainly sunny for the weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets you know what you can expect for Halloween. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Welcome rain in the Pacific Northwest. A front brought cooler temperatures and pushed out lingering wildfire smoke. In Missouri, meteorologist Matt Gunn remembers a tornado that struck a year ago this week, 100 miles northeast of Kansas City.
The National Weather Service rated the tornado as an EF2. Luckily, there were no significant injuries or fatalities reported.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
.640 is your time right now, 20 in front of 7 o'clock on your Thursday morning, Friday Eve. Yeah, we love opening that big live window and looking at that morning glow. Sun coming up here in just a little bit. And for today, we're going to see skies clearing up. It will be sunny and breezy as we head toward the afternoon. But again, that sunshine's going to feel real nice. And let me tell you, Carlos the Crab, happy about that. A 5 for sure on the Crabcast, considering the last few days we've had all of that cloud cover around. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
I like 5, the happy scare. That's good.
That's
good stuff. All right. Halloween is only a few days away, and we want to see how you're getting into the spooky mood. Debbie and Charlie, you just ran through the shot. You did that on purpose? All right. They sent us the picture of their puppy, Winter, getting ready for a Halloween. And then Victoria sent us a picture of her house that's all decked out and looking pretty spooky. And then Amanda sent us this picture of her holiday tree. It was created by a local business called Charlie May Christmas, but she's got it all decked out for Halloween there. So like we said, I guess you could change it up for each each holiday.
Yeah, just leave it up each year with LED lights. You can switch out the colors of the lights too, right? Yeah, not bad. All right, we want to see your decorations though, your costumes, your holiday trees there. You can also share your stunning pictures of the fall foliage. Send us your photos or video. You might see them on air and online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime in. Ravens taking on the Buccaneers tonight. Just ahead, we're taking a look at how fans are getting pumped for the game.
Election Day is less than 2 weeks away. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, Brooke Learman will join us in studio with more on how she plans to modernize the comptroller's office if she's elected. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, now an investigation is ongoing this morning after Baltimore City Police confirm a car hit a crossing guard right outside Sinclair Lane Elementary School. The guard suffering broken bones and a head injury after being hit just before 8 yesterday morning. She was about to escort some children across the street. Now, none of the young students were hurt. Police have not announced any charges, but they say the investigation is ongoing and the driver stayed at the scene. Now, it's the first day of early voting in Maryland, and the polls are opening up in just about 15 minutes. Olivia Dance is joining us live now from a polling station. And, Olivia, have you seen anybody yet getting ready and putting out the signs to get ready for that polling station?
Yeah, Tom, actually, in just the last couple minutes, we've seen some people come here. And right now we're at the Public Safety Training Center, which is just one of several early voting sites in Baltimore City. But as you mentioned, here and across the state, the polls open in just about 15 minutes at 7. But this election has several hotly contested races, including the race for governor. The ballots also have important questions, including question 4, which asks about legalizing recreational marijuana. Or if you're in Baltimore City, there's question K, asking about city leaders' term limits. And early voting sites across the state are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day until November 3rd. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, we'll take a closer look at some challenges that Board of Elections across the state are facing. Back to you.
Happening this morning, dueling news conferences and rallies on Question K are happening in Northwest Baltimore. We're going to carry both rallies, one at 9 a.m., one at 9:30 on air and online. Question K on the ballots allows voters to decide whether the mayor, city council president, and council members will be term limited. For more information, you can check out Fox 45 News' voter guide.
Oh, this Purple Thursday, it's feeling so Baltimore.
B1 Lifestyle host Mark Clark is joining us live in studio as fans and all of us are getting hyped. Mark.
That's right. It's my job to get us hyped up. It's the classic tale of the grizzled veteran, Tom Brady, versus the young upstart superstar, Lamar Jackson. And it's going down, and we need to break them. We need to break them. Tom's having a terrible life right now. Why not kick him in while he's down? Okay, let's go see what people are talking about. All right, let's see. Talking about our defense, we've been complaining, but Garnett says that actually the defense has been creating a lot of turnovers, better than most think. Look at that. 6th in sacks, 2nd in forced fumbles, and 3rd in interceptions. Let's see. The Ravens ranked 28th in pass defense, just saying Tom Brady might have a throw. Okay. All right, Bruce, thanks for that. Let's see. Not sure. The Ravens are unfortunately not killers anymore. No one is afraid to play against the defense. Look, guys, we remember the good old days, and now it's the good old days of it. Last weekend we saw this, Ed and Ray and stuff. Yeah. But we have to embrace our defense and be positive and understand that we're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to do it. We're going to crush Tom tonight.
Tom has been crushed lately. He's been like screaming on the sidelines to his team, spitting, yelling.
Throwing tablets.
He's not been very happy.
He doesn't deserve to win.
Wow. Well, let's keep it real.
He doesn't.
He's always done that, though. He's been kind of a brat the whole time.
Well, you can't deflate the balls anymore, so you can't throw them.
What are you going to do?
So, it's kind of like
he is
really
a great
deflating.
quarterback, but I think Lamar is better.
I mean, the thing is, too, I mean, Megan and I were talking about this. I mean, the Steelers beat them this year. Yeah. The Panthers beat them. They had a one-win Panthers team that lost McCaffrey and beat the Bucks last Sunday. So they're definitely beatable. Yes. It's a matter of what we're going to do on offense and defense.
Come on, fourth quarter defense. Come on, fourth quarter defense.
Exactly.
Seriously. Because the first half, the Ravens have got it. It's that end is the part that we have to watch out for.
And I agree with you, Mark. It's not the defense of the past. I mean, seeing Ray and Ed and all of them last week, but it is the defense we have, and so we stand behind them, and they step up to the plate.
We stand by them. We stand by them.
All right, Ravens flock. 6:48 your time. Good news today, guys. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Was that the other bird? I'm sorry.
That was Hank.
Hank and the eagle. Let me hear Hank.
No, what do you mean hear my Hank? I'm not Hank. Hank is. He
you're right.
Yet.
Okay,
yeah.
That's the Raven.
He'll be up in a minute.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But he likes the Raven. He likes Poe.
No disrespect to Hank.
Okay, good. See, Mark's part of the family. He loves Hank, and just everybody else does too. All right, our Mile 1 Auto Group Cam. Good morning to you. Yeah, baby. Finally, not seeing the fog and the mist. We've got clear skies. We're going to watch that sun come up here in just a little bit. We're excited about that. 51 your temperature right now in Towson. It is a little cooler, so if you haven't stepped out yet, grab a jacket before you make your way out this morning. And on your Rise and Shine cast, enjoying some breakfast and coffee with us. We're talking low to mid-50s over the next few hours. Sunrise officially at 7:29. Hanging out at the Avenue in White Marsh, 58 by 10 a.m. We'll see those numbers here into the low and mid-60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And happy hour, getting ready for the game, even if you're tailgating at home to watch it. Maybe you're going to get in a plane and go watch them in Tampa. That's cool. 61 by about 5 o'clock this afternoon. And check out these numbers across central Maryland in the low to mid-60s for the eastern shore, down through Annapolis, up the bay into Baltimore. 61 your number in Cockeysville this afternoon. Numbers a little cooler in the west and to the north of us, 60 in Cumberland, and down the ocean right about 63 in Ocean City this afternoon. Man, I'm excited about this. I'm a pilot. I love being able to fly and haven't been able to the last couple of days. VFR and breezy. We are go for launch for this afternoon. Just watch some of that wind. And the wind's going to be blowing around a lot of those leaves, but those color changes are looking great. We're right near peak here in central Maryland, and the rake cast also good as we'll have drier conditions. So green lights if you want to get the yards all cleaned up. Here's a look at that future scan. Staying dry for the next couple of days. Really not tracking any rain. We do have rain rolling in by the time we get into Halloween on Monday. Dawn G sent out this picture, and this is of Jake Elliott as Bob Marley, or maybe as Dog Marley. Either way, our Halloween pet picks continue. Don, that is a great shot. Thank you so much. Love to get your pet picks too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. We only got about 4 days left until Halloween. Today, tomorrow, and I'll put them on all day Monday too. All right, so 60s into the Halloween weekend. We're a little warmer next week, but again, we are tracking some rain through the day on Monday and probably still at least a few leftover showers for trick-or-treaters on Monday night. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Who doesn't love chips and dip or watermelon salad? What about those mashups in ice cream form? Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to try out some of the ice cream at the Charmy's Fear Factory.
All right, speaking of fear, the most famous faces in horror are making their way to Power Plant Live. This morning in today's hometown hotspot, we're taking you to the Nightmare on Marketplace. And then looking ahead to tonight's Ravens games, which we're also pumped about. We're all going to need coffee to make it into work tomorrow morning.
So we might start loading up on caffeine right now. It's time for a coffee break. Go Ravens.
.654 and making headlines this morning. The threat of a freight railroad strike in the U.S. continues to loom.
Yeah, 2 of the 12 unions representing freight rail workers have rejected the deal with major U.S. railroads. They did that just yesterday. A union said 61% of its workers voted against the deal, which included a 24% raise and additional bonuses.
Now, this is the second rail union to reject the deal this month. All 12 unions have to approve the contract to prevent a strike next month.
Also making your headlines, Sweden's military has gone back to investigate the site of a gas leak on the Russian Nord Stream gas pipeline.
The Swedish military wrapped up an investigation earlier this month with police concluding that the 4 leaks were caused by explosions.
Now, according to Reuters, the Swedish Armed Forces is now doing another survey of the seabed with minesweepers. Military spokesperson says it's in the national interest, but isn't commenting any further. World leaders have called the damage to the pipes an act of sabotage without saying who could be responsible.
Now to this morning's assignment to America. More and more people are ditching apartment life and moving back home with mom and dad to avoid paying high rent.
National Desk Dee Gatton joins us live with a deeper look at what this can mean for you.
Right now is usually the busiest time to rent an apartment, but after a stretch of record high rental prices, we're seeing more vacancies as more people search for other options.
It's just very competitive and apartments are in very high demand.
That was back in February when we reported on huge rental price increases over the past year. Now, realtors are noticing something else.
There's a shortage of renters because of inflation and the cost of leasing.
Rental technology platform RealPage says it's the first time they've recorded a third quarter drop in demand in the 30 years they've been tracking apartments. Now, rather than paying high prices, a recent survey found the number of people living with family or friends without paying rent over the last year is well above the pre-COVID average. More people are moving back home to make ends meet, including recent grads.
I'm probably going to try and live at home as long as I can and just save up as much as I can before I even start to look for an apartment or a house.
Experts say prices are declining, partly because demand for apartments is falling.
To address the affordability issue, the rent affordability, we need to address the supply side, build more apartments.
Realtor.com reports median rent in the 50 largest cities dropped to a little more than $1,700 in September. It's still more than what we've seen in years past, many people staying with family to try to save as much as they can. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Gatton.
Similar trends are being found here in Baltimore.
A new study finds the average Baltimore resident does not earn enough to comfortably cover the cost of living.
An October report from GoBankingRates.com found the median income in Baltimore is just over $50,000, nearly $30,000 shy of the $81,000 in annual income needed as a renter in the city.
Now, the cost to live comfortably as a homeowner in the city, though, is almost $70,000.
Download the Fox 45 News app for up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Early voting starts today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm taking you live to the polls and telling you everything you need to know before you cast your ballot.
Children need a place where they can go and vent. A lot of children are being bullied, picked on for various reasons, and they just need a place to go and talk to somebody.
Baltimore County voters are heading to the polls in less than 2 weeks to choose their next school board members. Coming up, Project Baltimore talks with the candidates and how they plan to address the troubled school system.
Finally going to see some sunshine today, a welcome sight, and temperatures that will not be too bad for this time of year. Going to break down your forecast on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
The final stretch to the November 8th midterm elections begins today. Fox 45 News is live at 2 polling centers in Baltimore and Glen Burnie as polls open right now for early voting. It is a consequential election here in our state and for our country. The control of power in Congress is up for grabs. Now, this will be the first main election where a number of states will be deciding on the fate of abortion rights. And as crime and inflation continue to worry Americans, this election will seek to turn things around.
Well, here at home in Maryland, some of the highly watched races is for governor, comptroller, and attorney general. We're taking you beyond the podium live this hour. We have complete coverage from the historic vote on term limits in Baltimore to decisions about the future of education. Olivia Dance is leading our election live coverage from Baltimore this morning. Baltimore's Chris Papps will have a report for us in just about 30 minutes.
Well, good morning to all of you on this Thursday, October 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Leave the umbrellas at home.
Finally.
Yes, sunglasses maybe even.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the forecast.
Not maybe. You will need the shades today, guys, because we are talking about bright sunny skies as we head toward the afternoon. We're already seeing a nice clear start here this morning in that morning glow, about 29 minutes or so from the sun officially coming up. But you can already see that here in Towson. Now, temperatures on the right side of your screen have mainly been into the 50s, even some upper 40s there in Elkton, 56 in Annapolis, 52 Baltimore City up into Cockeysville, and 51 in Columbia. So a cool and clear start will lead to a sunny but breezy afternoon. Temperatures do stay near average for this time of year. Your morning drive, Mr. Bo says you are good to go. Dry conditions on the roads, just a little chilly. Probably need the heaters on, maybe even the bun warmers as you're out over the next few hours. Low to mid 60s for our highs this afternoon. Those will be close to average for this time of year. Coming up in just a few minutes from right now, I've got the Halloween weekend forecast, including your trick-or-treat cast to see how it's going to be for you and the kids. Back to you.
Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium on this first day of early voting. Election Day just under 2 weeks away now.
It's a way that if you want to vote early and get it out of the way, you can go ahead and do that at any early voting center in the county where you live.
Well, Olivia Dance is joining us live now from a polling site which just opened with what you should expect if you're heading out to those polls. Olivia?
Well, good morning, and I'm here at the Public Safety Training Center, which is just one of several early voting sites in Baltimore City. Here and across the state, the polls are now officially open. They opened a few minutes ago at 7, and this election has several hotly contested races, including the race for governor. The ballots also have important questions, including question 4, which asks about legalizing recreational marijuana, or if you're in Baltimore City, there's question K, asking about city leaders' term limits.
Given, the questions that are on the ballot, the candidates, do you expect overall high voter turnout for this election?
We saw a high turnout in the primary election for a gubernatorial primary. It was a high turnout. And so we are certainly planning for a large turnout. That's what we do. We overplan so that however people want to vote, that they can do it that way. And we have the appropriate resources there.
Nikki Charleston from the State Board of Elections is expecting high voter turnout. She says one of the challenges, though, that local Board of Elections across the state are facing is understaffing. Despite that, though, they still have enough poll workers to open early voting centers.
Like everywhere else in our economy right now where staff is short, we just ask voters to be patient. There might be 1 or 2 fewer election judges at a voting location. It might take just a little bit longer to go through the voting process.
And a challenge we saw in the primary election was when the Baltimore City BOE misplaced several flash drives containing votes, which ultimately didn't impact results. But to avoid that from happening again, Baltimore City police officers will be transporting the drives for this election. Back to you.
Well, Olivia, though, as you mentioned, there were some issues in Baltimore City during the primary election. Did any other jurisdictions face similar issues?
Well, Tom, great question. And as far as we're aware, no. But the Baltimore County Board of Elections director tells me that they are taking extra precautions to avoid that from happening to them. Take a listen.
We have 5 locations that we call regional collection sites, and all of the hard drives are delivered to those 5 collection sites. And I have 2 of my staff stationed at every one of the sites to ensure that we're getting back the memory sticks from every polling place. I did implement a new program, a text blast program, to remind the chiefs of the chief election judges of the items that need to be brought back to the collection site, to help them remember.
And early voting sites across the state are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day until November 3rd. And then, of course, Election Day is November 8th. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. And here are some key dates to remember. November 8th, it's Tuesday, Election Day. Mail-in ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. And remember, same-day registration will be available on Election Day with proof of address.
7:04 and turning now to a city in crisis. Dozens of mayors from across the country descend on Baltimore looking for lessons in limiting violence.
Mayor Brandon Scott ran for office on a pledge to reduce violence in the city, and so far, violent crime is actually up.
Residents across the city are now questioning the crime plan and the effectiveness to curb the levels.
I think the perception is ultimately gotten worse. I love the city, but we're seeing incidents
in Federal Hill, right outside of the building I work, outside Cannon, Fells Point, a lot of different areas that we didn't see crime before.
I feel unsafe in the city of Baltimore, and I think a lot of people share my concerns.
Now, that's concern from some residents as the police department claims the crime crisis in the city is slowing down. At a hearing at City Hall yesterday, police staff, including Commissioner Michael Harrison, gave a quarterly crime data update focusing on carjacking, robberies, and burglaries. Overall, they suggested the crime-fighting strategy is working.
But according to information that is available on the police department's website, when comparing this year to last year, carjackings are still up 23%. Robberies are up 15%. Burglaries up 10%. These numbers now leaving many residents questioning the mayor's crime plan.
All throughout this city. It's a shame. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what his plan is, but whatever his plan is, he needs to get to it and show us his promise.
Now, on the other hand, some residents feel optimistic and are looking ahead to the new presumptive city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, who supporters believe will be tougher on crime in terms of prosecutions than his predecessor was. 7:06 now. New gross domestic product numbers are expected to come out this morning.
Megan Gillen joining us from our live center with those early predictions. Megan.
Yeah, guys, what we're waiting on is the third quarter GDP data coming out this morning. Analysts expecting it to show the U.S. economy rebounded, potentially growing by as much as 3.1%. That would be huge in the last 3 months there. A big upswing, and on the surface, it seems like really good evidence that we are not in or approaching a recession. That rebound, guys, is being attributed to our trade deficit that likely shrank in the previous 3 months as exports increased. But here's the issue. Experts say if you strip the trade out here, underneath, the data is expected to show demand in the U.S. was flat. Looking ahead, we've got gas prices now rising again after falling over the summer. We've got OPEC Plus starting production cuts next week. And the big thing here we're watching this morning is unions representing about 29,000 rail workers voting down tentative contracts, prompting new worries. There may be strikes in the months ahead. Bottom line, guys, the report that we get this morning might not reflect what most Americans, what all of us are experiencing right now. And analysts say that what we see here showing up right there should not be used as a predictor of the future. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you.
7:07 and trending now. Patterson Park is getting a new mascot.
It will be a squirrel, and you can help name the squirrel.
All right. Park officials say with the community's help, they now have a list of 7 names to choose from. But they want your help in this final decision.
All right. So to vote, head to the Patterson Park website at pattersonpark.com/mascot. And there you can choose between Sid E. Squirrel, Hazel Nut or Hazy, Clover, Nutty B. Squirrel, B is for Bo, Elwood Peanut, or Parker. You have until Saturday to vote. So bringing in the master namer, because you right here,
seriously,
you name everything.
I do have a name for a lot of things.
So,
yes.
so I like
everything.
Sid E. Squirrel. That was kind of cute. You know, City Squirrel,
Yeah.
Sid E. Squirrel.
Yeah. I'm liking Hazelnut.
Hazelnut?
Yeah, you know.
I used to live on Patterson Park, and I'm just confused why there's a mascot. What is the purpose of this? I don't understand. I'm all about mascots,
right
but it seems kind of strange.
Right.
It does seem strange.
What's the mascot
And how they
do?
chose the squirrel. Like
a lot of
how
squirrels there.
I mean, there are, but usually they're more annoying. So maybe they're trying to embrace squirrels and make it a happy thing.
I mean, they're rodents, right? Aren't they? Aren't squirrels rodents?
Yeah,
Pretty
they're part of
much.
that family.
Yeah.
Fancy,
It's a wild
fancy
invalid,
rats.
and it knows I tried to kill him. I was from Seinfeld.
Yes.
But
We had an agreement.
We had an agreement, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, a squirrel. So is there going to be a big giant wooden squirrel in the park now, or maybe a marble stone
Oh,
squirrel?
that'd be kind of cool.
Maybe next to the pagoda.
Or maybe there's actually a squirrel that's going to be like King Squirrel.
I would like that a lot. I like the naming thing, too. That's pretty
know what
cool.
else to
Charm
say
City
about the
tanks
squirrels.
right there, guys, as we look out. We've got mainly clear skies right now, looking right over the Patapsco, and this is definitely a change from what we've seen the last 4 days. I mean, it was Saturday when we last saw the sun, and basically it was all clouds and all the mist and all the fog. That's all done. 49 your number in Cumberland. Statewide, we're in the lower 50s for Hagerstown, mid-50s in Westminster. Eastern Shore, you're in the lower 50s right now. Bel Air at 51, currently 52 in Baltimore City. So if you do want to get some of the yard work done, some of the fall planting, maybe some rakes or some leaves raked. You can get that done here today with your yard and gardening cast. Mid-60s by the time we get into the afternoon with a lot of sunshine. Now, it'll be a bit breezy today. We'll still top out at 65. We will drop into the 40s tonight, so it will be decidedly colder tomorrow morning. Definitely that fall chill will be in the air, and then back into the lower 60s, a little cooler for our highs on Friday afternoon. But overall, looking pretty nice for the upcoming Halloween weekend. I've got a complete look at that forecast, including trick-or-treating and how it's going to be shaping up for that, coming up in just a few.
All right, let's take a look now at the Lynn Stoller traffic network, and we are seeing a bit of a slowdown on 95 northbound. You see the cars inching along right there, almost at a crawl, so just be mindful of that if that's your typical direction. Halloween festivities are taking over Power Plant Live.
That's right. Amy Aronson is live downtown with a preview of this morning's hometown hotspot. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning. Yeah, we're checking it all out dark and early this morning, but coming up in just a little bit, we're actually going to head down here and get a closer look at how they're preparing for Halloween weekend. Back to you.
All right, here is a look at the stories that are making headlines this hour. Project Baltimore sits down with candidates for Baltimore County School Board. What they say cannot wait when it comes to school violence.
We continue your Vote 2022 coverage after the break. The importance of receiving a sample ballot and what to do if the person on the list or is listed on the address is deceased. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
FOX45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:14, and with early elections starting in Maryland at 15 minutes ago, midterm election day 12 days away, concern is growing, though, about a lack of location judges and staff. and also errors in the voter registration system. In fact, joining us now with concern over the voting process in Baltimore City, longtime resident, former council president candidate, Giovanni Patterson.
Hey, good morning, Tom. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing really well. Just a few days ago, you received a sample ballot in the mail, like many of us all across the state, but you said something is alarming here.
Yeah, so first off, I went to a community forum last week, and, part of the discussion was, have you received your sample ballot? So I didn't receive mine until Monday, actually. And then, when I noticed I had received several ballots, myself and my wife, but one of the former residents was still receiving a sample ballot at my address, and he's actually deceased.
Wait, so you ended up getting 3 ballots, sample ballots. Well, I got 3 from my family. There's 3 of us that are registered to vote in our family. So that came Monday. They were supposed to be delivered by October 15th. It's written right there on the ballots, but it didn't happen. So anyway, you get your sample ballot, and then you see a third one, and it's a certain person that used to live in your house prior to when you lived there, and they're deceased. How?
Well, there's actually an interesting story behind my house. Just talking with neighbors, there was actually a fire in my house, and that fire occurred on the day of the gentleman's funeral. So, so that's how I know, and that's how I got the house.
And so you found out that way. So the person that's getting, what does it matter if a sample ballot comes with somebody that's no longer alive?
Well, what happens is that there creates this, this opportunities for, kind of election interference or just some things, votes not to be counted in the correct way, especially with something like universal mail-in ballots. That means everybody, including the deceased gentleman, would get a ballot. Now, it is up to the citizens to be, pretty honest about what's going on. But there, we know in any society there's always bad actors, and that could be used to, count extra votes or kind of game the system.
Yeah, you could use it that way. I mean, we're not saying that somebody is, but that's a possibility if the registrations are not matching up with who's actually still alive in our state. I mean, it says right from their website that on a monthly basis, death records from the Department of Health, these voter records are canceled immediately. This is right on the Board of Elections website. One other thing, though, and we're running out of time, so I want to make sure. So that should be corrected there. I mean, it's right there on their website. They should be at least adhering to that. There's also something else, though, that's in that sample ballot that people are getting. When you open it up, you can see the questions there, and you're involved with question K.
Yeah, so today's starts early voting. So, of course, I'm a big proponent of question K. I'm going to say vote OK on question K. Yeah. So definitely take that opportunity to do so. But this election process, it is up to the civilians, the population. It's up to all of us to hold everything accountable. So if you see something, say something.
All right. And then 9 o'clock this morning is that press conference. Thank you very much, Giovanni Patterson. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, it's 7:18 now. We want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and get a look at a much improved forecast.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, I'm telling you guys, I don't think a lot of us were happy with all those clouds and the just constant kind of mist and all the fog that was around the last few mornings. Not the case today. Just about 15 minutes away from the sun coming up. Less than that, actually. It's about 10 minutes from right now. I'll step out and let you take in this full HD shot from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Gorgeous conditions right now in Towson. Officially 52, a little cooler than it was yesterday at this time. And it's going to be a colder morning tomorrow, so be aware of that. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, honk, honk. Go ahead and get that light jacket for them as they make their way out. 61 by noon. We'll be in the mid-60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. So great when you pick them up. A bit breezy at times later today. Low to mid-60s is what we're going to see across central Maryland for your highs. So those numbers right near that average mark. Time for your Halloween weekend forecast, and it's actually shaping up to be pretty nice. The final weekend of October. Lower 60s tomorrow, then back into the mid-60s into Saturday and Sunday. Now we'll get a little bit more cloud cover on Sunday, and that's going to lead us to the potential of a few showers on Halloween. Here's your Halloween. Oh, whoa, who is this? Look at our Halloween outlook. Sad Pumpkin Erin is back. Look at that right there. She just kind of popped in. You never know where she's going to show up. She's actually pensive Pumpkin Erin. That's what she is right there. But we are looking at a Halloween outlook that sees temperatures in the mid-60s here by 4 o'clock. You'll get the cloud cover, a couple of stray showers here and there. Maybe the umbrellas for the kids as they're out trick-or-treating. The sunset at 6:06 on Monday evening. Temperatures, though, are not too bad into the lower 60s as we head through the later part of the night. Beautiful shot from Jen in Catonsville. Look at those fall colors popping. My God. gosh, I love the orange, I love the red, the yellows. I mean, all of those are my favorites. So thank you, Jen. I always love getting these great pictures of your kids, you dressed up, your fall foliage pics. We love how you share with us. Let's take a look at that temperature tracker, too. Numbers are going to stay kind of near that average mark as we head into the weekend. But look what happens next week, first week of November. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're going to see those numbers climb even in the lower 70s by Wednesday of next week. So that's a nice little thing to look forward to. Here's our future scan, staying dry today and tomorrow. Not really tracking much in the way of any of that precipitation. So again, we do have some rain on Halloween that's going to be rolling in. Doesn't look like a lot right now, but either way, Billy Bones is right there dancing around, and we'll continue to check on that forecast for you. Overall, not looking too bad. We'll take a closer look as we go through the morning. Patrice, how are we looking on the roads?
All right, let's check it out with our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and see. We are beginning to see some slowdowns throughout the area. The outer loop near Bel Air Road can be seen. That's your top left there, and you see things moving slowly there. We're also watching a slowdown 95 northbound. You see it picked up just a little going northbound, but still a little slower than you may be used to.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work, it is time for our job of the day. The Maryland Department of Transportation is hiring a facility maintenance technician. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you are an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
Should Baltimore City leaders have term limits? That's a question you'll answer this election. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up, hear from those for and against Question K.
And we are starting our morning off at Mosaic at Power Plant Live, where they are all ready for Halloween weekend. We'll let you know of all the festivities and how you can join in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.724, it's a nightmare on Marketplace as Halloween festivities are taking over Power Plant Live.
Dress up, party all weekend long. This morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson is downtown. She's kicking off the party. Hey, Amy.
Hey, yeah, I hear it's one of the busiest weekends here at Power Plant Live. I'm joined by Ashley Prosser this morning, who is dressed up for Halloween ahead of the festivities. You all have a lot happening down here this weekend.
Yes, it is honestly experience you won't get anywhere else. We have a huge weekend lineup. We have the Devil's Crawl on Friday, our signature event on Saturday, as well as another bar crawl on Sunday, which is called the official Halloween bar crawl. And then on Monday, we throw down with DJ A Craze for a huge EDM festival.
Something every day. Let's focus in on that signature event because this is really the big highlight down here this weekend.
Yeah, so it is a Nightmare on Marketplace, Faces of Halloween. We are giving a tribute to all the classic movies, Scream, It, Friday the 13th. This year we're throwing in a scare zone, a couple around the property, which is different. We have a huge costume contest as well. We're really excited for it.
And we are seeing some makeup being done this morning. So let's talk trends. What are the trends this year? What should people be doing if they want to dress up and head out?
I definitely think the classics, Wednesday Addams, which you can see right here. Also this year, because of Hocus Pocus 2, I totally think we're going to see the Sanderson sisters as well as Michael Myers because the new movie just released as well.
Okay, awesome. If people are wondering, how can I join? How can I get dressed up in costume and come? You have a website with all the information.
Yes, we love that question. You're going to head over to powerplantlive.com where you can sign up for our newsletter, get promo codes, first access to events, as well as parking details on where to park down here.
Okay, awesome. And we've got that on our website too. So if you want to head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks, you can get all the details there on how you can have some fun this Halloween weekend here at Power Plant Live. Back to you guys.
Are you getting your face painted? I want to know. Is she going in?
I don't know, but Mike Myers is everywhere. Everywhere this Halloween.
Creepy.
All right, the sun finally shining down on us today.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a lot of energy today. He's so excited about the weather today and then how it's going to move into our weekend.
Can the Ravens' fourth quarter defense stop the GOAT, Tom Brady? We'll talk about that coming up next.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the Ravens are gearing up for tonight's game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on this Purple Thursday. Now, they're not playing at home, but we still like to see our home, our home territory. Yeah, that's right. So kickoff for the game, though, is just going to be just after 8 o'clock. It's going to be a late night for all of us, trying to then get up tomorrow morning. Good luck with that. But welcome back on this Thursday. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
Yeah, the alarm, 2:15 alarm is going to be fun tomorrow morning. All right. But you know what? That shot that we took in downtown at M&T Bank Stadium, oh, it was confused. At first you were like, wait, is that Tampa? Where are we? Are we, because all the sun that's out there?
I know, right? It's weird because we, haven't seen the sunshine and it is just starting to come up right now. Yeah, the Ravens are not back home until November 20th, and the Panthers will be in town. That game will be right here on Fox 45. But yeah, a couple of road games, then a bye. We'll take you outside right now. Here comes the sun, ladies and gentlemen. You can kind of see it on the right-hand corner of your screen right there from our Towson camera. I hope you're excited as much as I am. Maybe I should just tone it down a little bit. I don't know. It's sunny. It's going to be breezy this afternoon. We'll see in temperatures near average for this time of year. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Green lights here. The roads are dry. A lot better conditions to get out for your drive to work or school. Just a little cooler with numbers in the 50s. We'll talk about it 65 today. Lower 60s on Friday, then back to the mid-60s Saturday. Overall, we've got a real nice weekend shaping up. We are tracking a little bit of rain for Halloween on Monday. We'll take a closer look at that in just a few. Back to you.
7:31 now. In less than 2 weeks, Baltimore County voters will head to the polls to choose their next school board members in what will be a crucial election for the future of the troubled school system.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, the next board will have some tough decisions to make, including how to address an alarming spike in violence and if the current superintendent, Dr. Williams, needs to be replaced.
You can see their campaign signs on lawns and online. 11 candidates running for Baltimore County School Board. 7 will win and help oversee a $2 billion budget and about 115,000 students. 3 candidates are running unopposed. Project Baltimore contacted the other 8 asking for interviews. 5 responded. The first topic, what may be the biggest issue right now in BCPS, school violence. Brenda Savoy and Samay Singh Kindra are running against each other in the 4th District. Savoy spent 36 years in education as a teacher and administrator. Kindra is a law student and a graduate of Baltimore County Schools. Kindra believes much of the fighting among students comes down to misunderstanding each other. He's pushing for a more inclusive curriculum, embracing cultural differences.
And that's where we have hate and vitriol sort of bubble up sometimes, and that leads to obviously violence and harassment and bullying. And so I think really, as part of my vision, I really envision us focusing on a diverse curriculum.
His opponent, Dr. Savoy, on the other hand, wants to tighten up security. She favors installing metal detectors in schools while adding school resource officers and counselors to stop the violence before it happens.
Children need a place where they can go and vent. A lot of children are being bullied, picked on for various reasons, and they just need a place to go and talk to somebody.
Corey Coons, a small business owner, and Robin Harvey, a social worker, are running against each other in District 1. Coons says the rules for student discipline are already in place, including suspensions for violent students. But he says not all schools are enforcing the rules.
They're children. If they see one child goof off and not get in trouble, that's just going to lead them to also goof off and not get in trouble.
His opponent, Harvey, says schools need to be more focused on interventions to teach students self-control and good decision-making. She points to the impact violence has on students who are trying to learn.
Children can't learn if there's chaos and confusion and violence in the schools. They can't be focusing on their education when they're concerned about their safety.
The fifth candidate we spoke with was Maggie Dominowski, a businesswoman and mother of 3 Baltimore County students. She is running in District 3. Her opponent did not agree to an interview. Dominowski's approach is to remove the problem. Disruptive students cannot stay in the class if others want to learn.
You got to get them out of the classroom and figure out a way to get someone on top of them, get the parents more involved, see what the problem is at home. Parents need to be more involved.
We're at a breaking point.
The NAACP has been sounding the alarm on violence. Earlier this month, the civil rights group sent a letter to Baltimore County School Board members calling for a new approach to discipline that includes long-term suspensions for violent behavior. The group says school leaders, including Superintendent Dr. Darrell Williams, must get control of the situation now or step aside. Earlier this year, a majority of the Baltimore County Council, citing a variety of issues, asked the school board to search for a new superintendent. We asked the candidates where they stand on Dr. Williams and his future with Baltimore County schools. Savoy and Kendra said without being on the board, they don't have enough information about Williams to make a decision on his future.
I don't know. I'm not privy to any information about him. I know that there are a lot of problems in Baltimore County schools.
I think from an outside perspective, it's hard to make that decision until you're in that position.
Harvey feels the same.
But I think it would be a little irresponsible of me to just, based on what I'm hearing, make that kind of decision.
But Coons, Harvey's opponent in District 1, is taking a stand. He says it's time for a new superintendent.
I don't know that I see an overall vision for where BCPS is supposed to go or responsive enough action to accept fault with where it is going. So I would be in favor of a replacement, yes.
Dominowski agrees.
He needs to do a better job. And if he's not going to do a better job, then somebody needs to step up and take his place.
During our interviews, we asked the candidates about a number of challenges in the school system: improving student performance, controversial curriculum, and transparency. Their answers to those questions coming up on Monday. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Well, early voting now underway. In fact, still to come, what you need to know before you head out to the polls. And concern grows as some claims from the police department do not match the statistics on their website. Why this leaves many questioning the mayor's prime plan.
And a few clouds with temperatures in the 50s this morning, but the sun is back. Look at that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how our Halloween weekend is shaping up. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium today on the first day of early voting.
Board of Elections officials predicting high voter turnout for this election.
When Baltimore City voters head to the polls, one of the big questions they will answer is, should our city leaders be term limited?
Olivia Dance is joining us live now with the arguments from both sides of the aisle. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. And there are many both for and against Question K, as you can see from this sign right here. But at 9 this morning, supporters of term limits will meet here at the Public Safety Training Center, which is also an early voting site and is now officially open. But at the meeting, speakers will include leaders from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, also known as PEACE. And if Question K is passed, the mayor, city council president, and comptroller would all be limited to 2 4-year terms. Councilman Yitzi Schleifer introduced similar legislation in 2018, but he has some questions.
If multiple council people serve 2 terms and then wanted to run for council president or wanted to run for mayor, would they be able to do so?
He's unsure if the language in Question K would prevent term-limited candidates from running for another office, but supporters of Question K say it wouldn't.
There is no prohibition in Question K for an elected official who served for 2 terms to run for another office. In fact, that's the desire. Ultimately, a person would serve as for 2 terms as the city council member, would then get elected the president of the city council for 2 terms, and then serve for mayor for 2 terms.
And again, even though there are supporters, there is also many people who are against Question K. And at 9:30 this morning, the Baltimore City Democratic State Central Committee is holding a meeting announcing their opposition to term limits. Following the meeting, they will be launching a citywide text campaign. But ultimately, Question K will be the decision of voters in the city. And Fox 45 News will be at both of the meetings this morning, and we'll bring you live updates. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Should there be term limits for elected officials? Right now, about 88% of those who voted say yes. We want to hear from you. You can weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com and clicking on the Pulse tab.
We continue your behind the podium coverage after the break. Another candidate for Maryland Comptroller vying for your vote, joining us live with her plans if she takes office.
This weekend, Vice President Kamala Harris is coming to Baltimore. Her plans for the trip and how you can see her. That's coming up. 7:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
You know, the comptroller's office is really the CFO or the treasurer for the state of Maryland. And my view is a more traditional view, that you serve the taxpayers of Maryland. My opponent, I think, sees this as a more partisan platform for a lot of other issues.
Election Day now less than 2 weeks away. As candidates are making the final push to Election Day, we're talking to them about their plans for Maryland. State Delegate Brooke Learman is the Democratic candidate for Maryland Comptroller, and she is joining us this morning with more on what she does want to do in that role. Good morning.
Good morning. It's great to be here.
So you just heard your opponent there say that he believes you see the Comptroller's office as a partisan platform for things beyond fiscally serving Marylanders. How do you see the role of Comptroller?
Certainly. You know, the role of comptroller in our state constitution, it's tasked with the general superintendence of the fiscal affairs of the state. It's our elected CFO. This is not a role about partisanship. It's a role about partnership. It's a role about being the people's advocate and making sure that they have somebody who is looking out for Marylanders. And that's what I plan to do, to make sure that we're making sure that we're keeping more money in people's pockets, you know, that we're tackling the big economic challenges that face the state, economic inequality, economic, challenges that we're facing today, like inflation, funding our public schools. But it's also about sweating the small stuff, right? Making it easier to pay your taxes and get your refunds, making it easier to access state programs and benefits. And that's what I'm excited to focus on, making sure that the people of Maryland have somebody who's got their back and making sure that we're improving the fiscal outlook for everyone.
You've said that one of your priorities is to modernize the Comptroller's office. What exactly does that mean, and how do you do it?
Absolutely. You know, we have some very dated IT systems in the Comptroller's office, and we need to get to a place where we have more transparency, and that leads to more accountability for our state dollars. So making sure that, when you're paying your taxes, you can see it on your phone like you can do everything else. Making sure that if you're a small business, there's a small business portal for the state of Maryland where you can log in and see all of your taxes, see when your refund's coming, all in one place. Also making sure that we can follow the money, because our state comptroller, of course, is on the Board of Public Works, which outspend all our money. So making sure that Marylanders have a good look and transparent view of how the state is spending our tax dollars.
And speaking about following the money, the state ended the fiscal year 2022 with a nearly $2 billion surplus. As comptroller, how would you advise lawmakers about spending that surplus? What to do with it?
Absolutely. So first of all, we have to put, and we have put some of it into our rainy day fund, because we don't know what's coming down the pipeline. Second, we have to make sure that we're fully funding our obligations to our retirees, to our state workers. But also, we need to make sure that that money is there for when we can apply for federal grants. So we have competitive matching dollars, so we can literally double or triple those dollars when we're applying for competitive grants. We have to be smart about making sure that we invest those dollars in a way that will yield future better outcomes and build wealth around the state of Maryland. So we have to be smart and thoughtful about those dollars right now and think long term.
All right, Delegate Learman, thank you so much for coming in. Less than 2 weeks to go.
Less than 2 weeks to go. Go Ravens.
All right, thank you. Well, it's 7:49 now. We want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers to get a look at the forecast on this Purple Thursday.
Yeah, she said that. I mean, with Purple Thursday, so we don't have to wear purple tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be cheering tomorrow or having a Victory Friday as opposed to a Victory Monday. It's always weird when we have those primetime games, right? Our weather headlines looking good right now. We've got sun shining on some of the ships there in the Patapsco right now. 52 your current temp. We're on our way to the mid-60s this afternoon. It will be a bit breezy later today, but plenty of sunshine, and those temperatures actually staying near average for this time of year. Speaking of Thursday night football, game day / night, essentially, because they don't kick off until 8:15. But Ravens in Tampa, Florida, taking on the Tampa Bay Bucks. And we do have the potential. It's Florida. You always have that potential for a couple of pop-up showers and thunderstorms throughout the day. In the 80s this afternoon, but 78 at kickoff, mid-70s by halftime, down toward the final snap there. And overall, we're going to see the potential of a few of those showers around. Not looking like anything major, but just some typical Florida weather for October. All right, so as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, we'll keep those temperatures in the mid to upper 50s. Sun will be up until 6:12 tonight, so enjoy it. If you're heading out of the Avenue in White Marsh, we'll be in the upper 50s by 10 a.m. Into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, look for temperatures into the mid 60s. And then in those lower 60s by the time you get to happy hour for this afternoon, evening. Low to mid 60s across central Maryland for your high temps. Notice the temperatures coming down. We actually have some 30s tomorrow morning. This is our future scan for Friday morning, especially for you in northern Baltimore, Harford, and Cecil counties where we have freeze watches posted. They begin overnight tonight. We'll go through 8 o'clock tomorrow morning where the growing season is still in play. That's why those freeze watches are posted. So possibly a little frosty as you get up tomorrow morning in some of our locations. Future scan, though, looking nice and dry here. Really not tracking any rain. There is going to be the potential for some rain on Halloween during the day and possibly into the evening. We're not looking like it's going to be a lot of rain, but either way, a few of those light showers will be around. 60s here throughout the weekend. A little cooler tomorrow, mid-60s Saturday and Sunday. Overall, a very nice fall weekend right around the corner. Patrice?
Justin, thank you. Halloween is right around the corner. Still ahead, how much Americans plan on spending this Halloween and how it compares to years past.
Ooh, happy Purple Thursday here, too. After the break, we'll give you an overview of what you can expect tonight as the Ravens are in Tampa Bay taking on the Buccaneers, plus how fans are reacting. And one thing you can expect is a long night of exciting football.
Perfect time to start getting ready with a coffee break.
Cheers. $7:54 on this Purple Thursday is feeling so Baltimore.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live in studio as fans are getting hyped for tonight. Mark.
Okay, guys, so the Ravens going to Tampa. Okay, the big question, can that fourth quarter defense stop the GOAT, many consider the GOAT, Tom Brady tonight. It's a heavyweight battle. You got the young Lamar Jackson, the old grizzly Tom Brady. Guys, I can't wait to find out what you think about that, okay? Let's find out what the viewers are talking about. On Twitter, Ellie says, with all the injuries for the Bucs, the Ravens need to capitalize. This could be a big game for the defense. Hopefully, Devin Duvernay is involved all 4 quarters or so. The Ravens could put some work down. So, guys, what do you think? I mean, I think this could really break Tom Brady if we win tonight.
I would like to see that. So,
break Tom Brady.
Fingers to that. Well, I think he's pretty much a broken person at the moment. I mean, he's just got
personal life.
His personal life's a mess, but that's off the field. But on the field, he has not been in this position ever, maybe losing this many the way he's lost. So I think we just go ahead and hammer that home.
One thing, though, is the cues that are behind a lot of the Ravens players. Gus Edwards, Rashad Bateman, Mark Andrews, Ronnie Stanley, all questionable going into tonight's game.
That's the whole team, Tom.
We just don't want the other team to know
who's left,
who's going to play or not. There's strategy.
Duvernay is left.
I didn't know that. Okay, well, good luck. No, we're going to do it. We got it.
We got it. All
Thanks,
right.
guys.
We better got it.
Well, here comes the sun, and somebody that's running around the studio probably that wrote that, meteorologist Justin Chambers, saying the sun is finally shining today. How long this will last and how the temperatures are holding up.
I think I heard him singing in the background.
Voting starts today and the polls are now officially open. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up, I'm taking you live to the polls and telling you everything you need to know before you cast your ballot. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Excitement across our state as early voting begins in Maryland today. You are taking a live look at the early voting center. This is in Woodlawn here, where Marylanders are exercising their right to vote.
Same-day voter registration is available at all early voting centers. If you plan on using same-day registration, you must have proof of residence.
Coming up, Olivia Dance is live from a polling center with voting concerns and why you might want to get out and vote early.
Well, good morning to all of you on this Thursday, October 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers on this purple Thursday and see how it's looking outside.
Yeah, all looking good. We're all in our purple, ready for the game tonight, about to 12 hours from right now, even though it's going to be on the road. But either way, we'll be sleeping, maybe getting up early tomorrow and a little dry, weary-eyed, I guess you could say, from staying up late. All right, here we go. I mean, this is it, everybody. This is what we've been talking about, what I've been excited about, maybe you as well, with the sun that is now up in Towson. Temperatures are still chilly. Right side of your screen, numbers mainly in the lower 50s right now. After a cool and clear start, sunny and breezy for the afternoon, so that wind is going to be kicking up, but temperatures overall staying near average. And you can see in your yard and gardening cast rising to the upper 50s and eventually low to mid 60s for the afternoon. We'll have a closer look at the forecast, including the weekend, all-important Halloween weekend. We'll talk about that in just a few. How's it looking on the roads right now, Meg?
You know what? Not too bad, Justin. Check this out. We've got your drive times pulled up here this morning, and actually pretty bad, Justin. I'm going to take that back. Oh. Yeah, sorry. I got you excited and then pull up. Oh, improvement from 95 to 83, not much. We're in the yellow there. In all seriousness, 28 minutes there. The rest of the commute in the red there this morning. Give yourself some extra time before you head out.
8:01 now. Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium on this first day of early voting, Election Day, now just under 2 weeks away.
It's a way that if you want to vote early and get it out of the way, you can go ahead and do that at any early voting center in the county where you live.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from a polling site. And Olivia, what should people know as they head out there to the polls today?
Well, good morning, and I'm here at the Public Safety Training Center, which is just one of several early voting sites here in Baltimore City. Here and across the state, though, the polls are now officially open. They opened at 7 this morning, so just about an hour ago. But this election has several hotly contested races, including the race for governor. The ballots also have important questions, including question 4, which asks about legalizing recreational marijuana. Or if you're here in Baltimore City, there's question K, asking about city leaders' term limits.
Given, the questions that are on the ballot, the candidates, do you expect overall high voter turnout for this election?
We saw a high turnout in the primary election for a gubernatorial primary. It was a high turnout. And so we are certainly planning for a large turnout. That's what we do. We overplan so that however people want to vote, that they can do it that way. And we have the appropriate resources there.
Nikki Charlson from the State Board of Elections is expecting high voter turnout. She says one of the challenges the local Board of Elections across the state are facing is understaffing. Despite that, though, they still have enough poll workers to open early voting centers.
Like everywhere else in our economy right now where staff is short, we just ask voters to be patient. There might be 1 or 2 fewer election judges at a voting location. It might take just a little bit longer to go through the voting process.
And a challenge we saw in the primary election was when the Baltimore City BOE misplaced several flash drives containing votes, which ultimately didn't impact results. But to prevent that from happening again, Baltimore City police officers will be in charge of transporting those drives for this election. Back to you.
Olivia, you were just mentioning there some of the issues we saw in Baltimore City during the primary election. Did any other jurisdictions see issues?
Well, Megan, as far as we're aware, no, but the Baltimore County Board of Elections director tells me that they are taking extra precautions to prevent that from happening to them. Take a listen.
We have 5 locations that we call regional collection sites, and all of the hard drives are delivered to those 5 collection sites, and I have 2 of my staff stationed at every one of the sites to ensure that we're getting back the memory sticks from every polling place. I did implement a new program, a text blast program, to remind the chiefs of the chief election judges of the items that need to be brought back to the collection site, to help them remember.
And early voting sites across the state are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day until November 3rd. And then, of course, Election Day is November 8th. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Let's go over those key dates again. You want to mark these down on your calendar. As Olivia mentioned, November 8th, that's the big day. That's Election Day. Mail-in ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. And remember, same-day registration will be available on Election Day with proof of address.
Turning now to a city in crisis, dozens of mayors from across the country descend on Baltimore looking for lessons in limiting violence.
Mayor Brandon Scott ran for office on a pledge to reduce violence in the city, and so far, violent crime is up.
Residents across the city are now questioning the crime plan and the effectiveness to curb the levels.
I think the perception is ultimately gotten worse. I love the city, but we're seeing incidents in Federal Hill, right outside of the building I work, outside Cannon, Fells Point, a lot of different areas that we didn't see crime before.
I feel unsafe in the city of Baltimore, and I think a lot of people share my concerns.
Concern from residents as the police department claims the crime crisis in the city is slowing down. At a hearing at City Hall yesterday, police staff, including Commissioner Michael Harrison, gave a quarterly crime data update focusing on carjackings, robberies, and burglaries. Overall, they suggested that the crime-fighting strategy is working.
According to information, though, on the police department's website, when comparing this year to last year, carjackings are still up 23%, robberies are up 15%, and burglaries are up 10%. These unsettling numbers now leave many residents questioning the mayor's crime plan.
All throughout the city. It's a shame. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what his plan is, but whatever his plan is, he needs to get to it and show us his promise.
On the other hand, some residents feel optimistic and are looking ahead to the new presumptive city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, who supporters believe will be tougher on crime in terms of prosecution than his predecessor was.
Well, Mayor Scott is also promoting the Safe Streets program to leaders during this conference. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost questioned the effectiveness of the program and why it's being seen as a success. You can find her full story on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
8:07 now. New gross domestic product numbers are expected to come out this morning.
We have Tom Rogers at our live center with the early predictions. Tom.
Yeah, I want to take you live right here in New York City, where the New York Stock Exchange will be impacted. These numbers, while they may not sound sexy, they're going to impact the entire world. This morning's third quarter GDP data is expected to come out at 8:30, and they will show the U.S. exactly how we are doing economically. However, there's some potential growing. As much as 3.1% has been predicted over the last 3 months. Now, that would be a big upsweep. And on the surface would seem like really good evidence that we're not in or approaching a recession. That rebound, though, being attributed to our trade deficit that likely shrank the previous 3 months as exports increased. Here's the issue. Experts say if you take trade out of the equation, the data is expected to show demand in the U.S. was actually flat. Well, looking ahead, gas prices now rising again after falling over the summer. OPEC Plus will start production cuts next week. Unions representing about 29,000 rail workers have voted down tentative contracts, prompting worries that there may be strikes in the months ahead. So bottom line, the report that we're getting this morning, you see it right here, and it's supposed to come out here in just about 22 minutes. Most Americans are experiencing now, doesn't have anything to do with these numbers. Analysts say it shouldn't be used as a predictor of our future. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
Vice President Kamala Harris is coming to Charm City, what she is hoping to achieve in the final stretch before the midterms.
And we are here at Power Plant Live this morning. We've actually moved on to our next location, Lonnie's Lodge and Beer Garden. We are going to get a preview of some of the spooky drinks you can enjoy next and let you know of all the festivities happening here this weekend in a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
And spooky will not be what we're talking about weather-wise, as we've got temperatures that are not too bad, but the sun has returned. A breakdown of your forecast coming up.
It is 8:11. Vice President Kamala Harris is coming to Baltimore this weekend.
The vice president will attend a campaign event hoping to boost Democratic candidates in the final stretch before the midterms. She'll be joined by gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore and Senator Chris Van Hollen. The event is scheduled to take place Saturday. The location of the event has not yet been released.
Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox will also be holding back-to-back campaign rallies on Friday and Saturday. The one Friday is at 12:30 in Hampstead and Carroll County.
We have the latest on both rallies on FOXBaltimore.com right now.
The scariest part of Halloween might not be the ghouls and the goblins. How much Americans are expected to spend on candy this year?
And how to keep your personal data safe during a cyber attack. We're speaking with an expert on the importance of cybersecurity and how to stay protected. 8:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
(8:15), and it's time to get our check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers just walked in and said he has a surprise, so I'm not sure.
Always scary.
We'll see. What do you have, Justin?
You have to see. You have to wait for the 7-day.
Okay.
That means in a couple of minutes, look up from what you're doing. You can and listen to the 7-day. That's all I'm saying. So it's nothing exciting, but either way, I'm excited about this. Now we still have some clouds kind of hanging around to the west right now, but there is plenty of sun shining brightly on Baltimore City this morning. Good morning, Baltimore. Numbers here right about 52 officially at BWI. Not much wind right now. That wind is going to pick up later today, so it will be breezy this afternoon, but we're looking at plenty of sunshine hanging out there at Penn Station in the lower 50s by noon. Not a bad day for lunch outside, just a little on the cool side, right about 61. And then as you're heading into the afternoon, getting set for happy hour, getting set for the game tonight, we're talking about mid-60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. 65 our average this time of year. Low to mid-60s is what we are going to see across central Maryland for the afternoon. Here's your Halloween weekend forecast. Today looking good, a little cooler tomorrow, but notice we stay dry into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now we'll start inching more toward cloud cover, especially into Sunday afternoon with temperatures into the mid-60s. But your Halloween night hey, there it is. Look at that. The pensive, sad pumpkin Erin is back. She's popping all over our Halloween outlook. Yeah, I like that. So 4 o'clock on Monday afternoon, we'll be in the mid-60s, lower 60s by about 6 p.m. Sun goes to bed at 6:06 for trick-or-treaters. And just know, probably an umbrella with a few light showers that will be around. Here's a look at your pilot cast. VFR and breezy. Finally, a good day to get out there. Just a little bit on that breezy side, about 15 to 20 miles an hour later this afternoon. And that means those leaves are going to be blowing around from your neighbor's yard into your yard. But if you want to get them cleaned up Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, green lights for you. Here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry today and tomorrow. Really nothing to get in our way. More great pictures. Look at this. Marley and Boone are dressed up as senior citizens, I guess you could say. They look like wily old folks there. So this is from Andrea in Churchville, Harford County. Thank you very much. That is a great picture. More of these Halloween pet pics. Keep them coming. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Roll that 7-day forecast. Beautiful bean footage here. 65 today. Lower 60s on Friday, then mid-60s into Saturday and Sunday. Oh, Billy Bones, he's on a break. He has to ride his dayside turn. So we've got Paul, who's in now. This is Paul the Pumpkin, ready to go on Monday. And again, we will see temperatures in the 60s with a couple of scattered showers around for trick-or-treaters.
Very nice of Paul to step in.
I was so distracted by Paul, though, I didn't even hear the 7-day. I'll have to pay attention again. All right, taking a look at our live Halloween countdown, we are less than 4 days away from the scariest, spookiest night of the year.
It gets even scarier when you hear that voice. Something else that might scare you, though, the National Retail Federation predicting that Americans will dish out more than $3 billion just on Halloween candy this year. Some popular candy brands have seen price hikes. According to Data Assembly, Skittles and Starburst saw the highest price increases at 42% and 35%. It's a lot. Other sweets with price hikes include Reese's and M&M's.
Now, Halloween is traditionally a time to be superstitious.
But today, we can put away the rabbit feet, maybe the four-leaf clovers, because we are celebrating one of the most frightening pets you could own.
Today is National Black Cat Day. Black cats have long been associated with bad luck, and animal officials say adoption rates for them are lower than other colored cats.
I think they're beautiful. Well, whether you are snuggling with your black cat or maybe you're just strutting your stuff in your Halloween costume, we want to see it. Send us your photos or your videos. You can maybe see them on air or online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. And thanks for sharing them with us.
Early voting is now underway. What you need to know before you head out to the polls, plus the ballot measure that has Marylanders of all affiliations speaking out.
It is 8:22, and we are getting word that in 2015, personnel data of 4.2 million current and former federal government employees was stolen from the Office of Personnel Management. The government now in the process of compensating the victims of this breach. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joining us live to weigh in on the cost of weak cybersecurity and how we can be better protected. David, good morning. Are we safer today than we were in 2015?
Good morning, Megan. This was a massive cybersecurity breach at the Office of Personnel Management. Like you said, 4.2 million people, current, former employees. Now, this is going to cost a lot of money because there's going to be a settlement here, and we're probably talking about $1 billion in settlement money going to these people. So there's a cost, and also the cost of losing this information, having this information vulnerable. So this happened in 2015. Here's the really scary news is that it's not getting any better because every year the Senate Homeland Security Committee, they put out a report card of all the agencies. So you have the Office of Personnel Management, had this problem in 2015. This year, they received a D from this report card. Wow. Now, there are other agencies. NASA has bad cybersecurity. Think about that for a second. NASA, with really bad cybersecurity, they received a D. The Social Security Administration, here's an agency that has a lot of our personal information, and they received a D rating. So things aren't necessarily getting better, I hate to say.
Let me ask you this, David. Is it that we're not using resources to protect our cybersecurity, or is it that these areas are targets? Wherein lies the problem here?
It's a little bit of both. Is that the government hasn't dedicated the resources, and I don't say this very often during this segment, but we need to spend money, and the government needs to spend money to secure these systems. And we're talking about some computer systems that are 20, 30, 40 years old. So it's really a combination of having outdated systems, but not also hiring the personnel to prevent this from happening. And Megan, we've seen this in Maryland and Baltimore. The infamous ransomware attack a few years ago that cost the city $18 million. So if you spend a couple of $1 million to save $18 million, that's worth it, and that's why money has to be spent, and it has to be taken seriously. This isn't just something that's going to come and go. This is here to stay. There are thousands of attacks on cities and states and the federal government every year,
and it can cripple the economy as a result too. David, thank you for weighing in.
Thank you.
8:25 now, and it's getting spooky at Power Plant Live.
A nightmare on Marketplace is happening all weekend long. This morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson is braving all of what's going on.
That doesn't look scary.
And not at all. She's got a good job this morning. She's telling us what's happening.
Yeah, this part isn't super scary, but we are going to be making a very spooky drink right now. And here to show us how to make that spooky drink, Ray Gayhart's with us this morning. We've moved on to the beer garden.
Yes, this is Lion Kugel's Lodge and Beer Garden.
Okay, and
it's one of our venues down here at Power Plant, yes.
Yep, so this weekend, if you're going to be out and about, maybe dressed in costume, celebrating Halloween, you can stop in here and get a spooky drink that you're going to make for us.
Yes, basically, this is our Crystal Lake drink because all the venues are paying homage Saturday night to everybody's favorite Halloween horrors. Yeah. Upstairs, we have It and Saw. Over in Mosaic, we have Scream. In here, we have Friday the 13th, and in Lucky's, we have Halloween.
You're hitting all the classics this weekend. So, of course, everyone should come dressed in costume. There's going to be contests and lots of things happening.
Yes, Saturday night, our signature event, there's $5,000 in prizes.
Wow.
For our costume. And like I said, this is called the Crystal Lake because over here in Beer Garden, our theme is Jason, Friday the 13th, and as many know, that's where he did his hunting, was Camp Crystal Lake.
Okay, cool.
This consists of Smirnoff, vodka, sour mix, pineapple juice, and blue curacao.
Let's see. Ooh, and it's blue.
Has a nice blue color.
Love that.
And then we top it with Sprite.
Very festive.
Yes. Yes, and every venue will be serving these drinks, and we have 6 other drinks on the menu, kind of catering to the whole theme of the thing.
Cool. Perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so if people are watching and want to enjoy one of these drinks, like our friend at the bar here is, they can get tickets online still?
Yes, go to powerplantlive.com. And tickets are still available. We will also be accepting walk-ups.
Okay, awesome. Well, we've also got the information up on our website. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks if you want to enjoy Halloween festivities here at Power Plant Live. What do y'all think? Would you try that blue drink? I don't know if I would sitting next to this person,
friends
but
with the person drinking it. No.
It's a friendly face.
Would make friends, yeah.
Thank you, Amy. Well, the sun is back in Baltimore, but a spooky and scary system bringing rain is headed toward us. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your Halloween forecast coming up. 8:28 is the time.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the firm.
They're children. If they see one child goof off and not get in trouble, that's just going to lead them to also goof off and not get in trouble.
Project Baltimore sits down with candidates for Baltimore County School Board, what they say cannot wait when it comes to school violence.
Should Baltimore City leaders have term limits? That's a question you'll answer this election. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from those both for and against Question K.
Well, it's Purple Thursday, and the Ravens are heading to Tampa Bay. In fact, you're taking a live look from Tampa Bay here, where Tom Brady and the Buccaneers, they're ready to take on the Ravens and hosting that tonight. Plus, how Ravens fans are showing off their purple pride this morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Here we go, the final stretch to the November 8th midterm elections, and it begins today. Fox 45 News is live at 2 polling centers in Baltimore and Woodlawn as those polls open right now for early voting. It's a consequential election here in our state and for our country. The control of power in Congress is up for grabs. This will be the first main election where a number of states will be deciding on the fate of abortion rights. And as crime and inflation continue to worry Americans, this election will seek to turn things around.
Well, here in Maryland, some of the highly watched races is for governor, comptroller, and attorney general. In just 30 minutes, there's going to be a battle over whether Baltimore City voters should introduce term limits for mayor, city council, and comptroller, and we'll bring you that live.
And as violence plagues some Baltimore County schools, voters are about to choose their school board members, hoping their plans can curb the violence. We have live team coverage for you on this. We have Olivia Dance in Baltimore as voting begins. And we have Project Baltimore's Chris Papst also joining us live with what voters in Baltimore County have to know. Well, thanks for waking up with us. It's Thursday, October 27th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. 8:33 in the morning and no need for an umbrella. That's the best news.
Finally, meteorologist Justin Chambers with some sunshine out there.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. I mean, they say I've got sunshine, and that's what we're going to be talking about on a cloudy day. So we had some clouds. We still have a few clouds hanging around right now, but yeah, not that mist or that fog that we've been just kind of plagued with for the last 3 mornings. Beautiful shot there from our Towson cam right now. Statewide, still a little chilly in Cumberland at 49. 51 Hagerstown and Laurel, 52 in Baltimore City, 53 in Chestertown for the Eastern Shore. Next few hours, numbers will steadily climb upper 50s, and then we'll take you into the low and mid 60s by the afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Just in here this morning, we are hearing about a barricade situation. This is happening right now in Owings Mills. The Baltimore County Police Department just tweeting about it. Stay with Fox 45 News as we learn more. 8:34 now, and Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium today on the first day of early voting.
Board of Election officials are predicting high voter turnout for this election.
When Baltimore City voters head to the polls, one of the big questions they will answer is, should our city leaders be term limited?
Olivia Dance is joining us live now with the arguments from both sides of the aisle. She's at a polling center now. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Tom and Megan. There's many both for and against Question K, as you can see from this sign right here. But at 9 this morning, supporters of term limits will meet right here at the Public Safety Training Center, which is also an early voting site and is now officially open. But at the meeting, speakers will include leaders from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, also known as PEACE. And if Question K is passed, the mayor, city council president, and comptroller would all be limited to 2 4-year terms. Councilman Yitzi Schleifer introduced similar legislation in 2018, but he has some questions.
If multiple council people serve 2 terms and then wanted to run for council president or wanted to run for mayor, would they be able to do so?
Now, he is unsure if the language in Question K would prevent term-limited candidates from running for another office, but supporters of Question K say it wouldn't.
There is no prohibition in Question K for an elected official who served for 2 terms to run for another office. In fact, that's the desire. Ultimately, a person would serve as for 2 terms as the city council member, would then get elected the president of the city council for 2 terms, and then serve for mayor for 2 terms.
And again, even though there are supporters, there's also many people who are against Question K. And at 9:30 this morning, the Baltimore City Democratic State Central Committee is holding a meeting to announce their opposition to term limits. Following the meeting, they will be launching a citywide text campaign. But ultimately, Question K will be the decision of voters in the city. And Fox 45 News will be at both of those meetings this morning, and we'll bring you live updates. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. In less than 2 weeks, Baltimore County voters will be heading to the polls, or you can do it today to choose their next school board members in what will be a crucial election for the future of the troubled school system.
This next board will have some tough decisions to make, including how to address an alarming spike in violence and if the current superintendent needs to be replaced.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papst joins us live this morning to explain. Good morning, Chris.
Yeah, good morning. So those are the 2 biggest issues we're seeing right now in Baltimore County Public Schools, the violence and then Dr. Darrell Williams' contract as superintendent. That is up on June 30th, and we already know that the county council has asked the school board to look for a new superintendent. We already know the local chapter of the NAACP has said they are close to calling for the replacement of Dr. Williams. So what do these board members think? Well, guys, Baltimore County is one of 4 school systems in the state that have a hybrid board. So some of their members are appointed by the governor, and some of their members are elected. 7 of them are elected. They will be on the ballot on November 8th. 3 of them are running uncontested, so Project Baltimore didn't reach out to them. No one's running against them. The 8 that have people running against them, we reached out to all 8. 5 of them got back to us. We interviewed them. And if you go on FOX45.com, you can see how they responded to the questions of how do you address violence in Baltimore County Public Schools? You know, we're seeing these videos all the time of this very alarming and disturbing violence increase. And also what to do with Dr. Darrell Williams. Does he deserve another 3 or 4 year contract, or should the school system go in a different direction and replace Dr. Darrell Williams? You can see all of their answers on FOXBaltimore.com.
All right, and Chris, I mean, the other big question here is with these numbers that are just coming out, it's education. I mean, that's the main purpose of the school board, is to educate our children or help guide the schools to do that. Any questions or anybody bring up any of those candidates talk about getting children back to where they're supposed to be after this pandemic?
Yeah, so we broke up this story into 2. Since we have 5 candidates, it's a lot of people to hear from. So the story that we have right now on FOXBaltimore.com deals with 2 issues, Dr. Darrell Williams and violence. And then coming up on Monday, and then we'll talk about it Tuesday on this show, is the other issues in the school system, which are student performance, curriculum. There's a lot of controversy in the curriculum right now, and also transparency. So we talk about those issues on Monday. And then with these 2 stories, we hit on 5 issues that voters can look at, see where their candidates stand, and then based off that, they can make their best decision on how they want Baltimore County Public Schools to move forward. But it's worth pointing out that this is a school system that is having significant problems. Over the past 5 or 6 years, you know, we're seeing trends in Baltimore County like we're seeing in Baltimore City, where test scores, you know, are going in the wrong direction. We're seeing attendance rates going in the wrong direction. You know, we're seeing the violence in the classroom. You know, this is a school system that over the next 3 or 4 years is going to have some really difficult decisions to make in order to try to turn this around and get the trends going in the right direction.
It'll be interesting to see what decisions will be made at the polls that will help make those decisions there. Chris, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. How one Baltimore woman is reaching for the stars and hoping to normalize discussions of domestic violence for the future.
And the sun is shining once again here in Baltimore. It's about time. Temperatures expected to reach the 60s today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking a spooky system, though, that could bring some rain to our Halloween trick-or-treating forecast. He's going to break that down for us. 8:40 on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
But overall, not too bad for your Thursday. In fact, we're clearing up nicely. We'll be sunny and breezy as we head toward the afternoon. But overall, I think Carlos the Crab is going to be happy. On our Crabcast, he gave us a 5. And out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, we're in the mid to upper 50s. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Happy Purple Thursday. When we come back, we are giving you an overview of what to expect tonight as the Ravens take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, plus how Ravens fans are showing their purple pride. But first, an MTA bus driver is shot and killed, and police say this could be over domestic issues. After the break, a live discussion on a local effort to address domestic violence. 8:43 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.846, and 4 days after a Baltimore County District Court judge granted MTA bus driver Elaine Jackson a peace order, a restraining order against her co-worker and ex-boyfriend, she was shot and killed. Baltimore City Police say the incident is a result of domestic violence. An arrest warrant has been issued for the suspect, Leon Hill, in this case. Domestic violence, abuse, and death are all too common in the state of Maryland. Notably, in 2021, 58 Marylanders died because of domestic violence, according to the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence. But there's a group trying to change that. A Baltimore organization, Reach for the Stars, hosting its second annual walk to raise awareness and share personal stories, hoping to normalize speaking up about this issue. Founder for Reach for the Stars, Ashley Rivera, is joining us now to share more. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you so much for having me here with you.
Well, your presence, though, to be able to do this, to bring everybody together for one common goal that's normally not discussed. It's discussed afterwards, like what happened with Miss Jackson. It's discussed afterwards. People are shocked. You're saying, no, we should start the conversation now. In fact, you even said, I want to normalize the conversation, not the
behavior.
Yes.
Exactly.
Key to it right there.
Exactly.
Tell me about that.
So I truly believe everyone as a community has a role in fixing this problem. It is 100% preventable, which a lot of folks don't realize. This is one of those deadly issues that is preventable. And we all, as a community, no matter where you come from, what you look like, your age, your background, what you do for a living, you are a part of the solution. So normalizing the conversation will bring healing, will bring folks to a place of understanding where it stemmed and can realize, okay, what changes do I need to make? What was unhealthy here? What can I change to avoid something more severe from happening?
Domestic violence, that when you hear the words, you think automatically people go to physical contact and abuse right there. That's not it. There's a whole spectrum, though, that's involved there.
Exactly. You've got that physical, the emotional, mental, even financial abuse, anything from taking away control or power from another person. That's abuse in itself. We should have choice and we should have voice and be heard. And it's okay to disagree. That's fine. But when things escalate and someone's choice, voice, and power is removed, that's when there's a problem.
All right, so this Saturday, what are you doing?
Yeah, this Saturday we are gathering as a community. I'm calling survivors of domestic violence. I'm calling folks who maybe have been impacted indirectly. You know, 1 in 4 people are impacted by domestic violence every day. Right. So someone you know.
Family members.
Family members, friends, coworkers, people that you work for, right? There's something is going on in the school system too. So I'm calling everyone, no matter where you're from, what you look like, if you think you were impacted or not, to join us. Wear purple. Wear your purple gear to just show.
We got a lot of it right now, but
Yeah, go Ravens, right?
Yeah.
So we are that color represents Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
This is not going to be like heavy conversations quiet. You're bringing out bands. You're having a party to do this to make sure this conversation continues.
It's a celebration of life. You know, we're here as a community celebrating life and celebrating change because we want to change this narrative in Baltimore. We want to change that reputation.
City Hall?
City Hall.
City
right
Hall,
outside City Hall.
Saturday, 2 to 5.
Yes, 2 to 5.
It's easy. Just wear your purple right there and hang out with Ashley right here and talk. Have the conversation. Thank you so much. Reaching for the stars. Love it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right, now we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because the forecast is going to be absolutely gorgeous this Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, exactly right, Tom. I mean, pretty nice weather here for most of our Halloween weekend. We got a few clouds that are hanging around as we look out to the west right now, but our weather headlines look like this. We're in the 50s now, back to the mid-60s later today with a sunny and breezy afternoon. Temperature staying near average. Now, maybe you're heading to Tampa tonight or today for the game. Of course, Ravens taking on the Bucs there at Raymond James Stadium. And you got those temperatures that'll be in the mid to upper 70s here, potentially a couple of showers, maybe even a stray thunderstorm as well. Typical kind of Florida weather with the mild conditions for October. So not a bad evening there in Tampa. Hopefully the Ravens get the win. If you want to get out there and hit the links today on our forecast, next hours in the mid 50s, 60s through noontime, and we'll top out in those low to mid 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Hartford and Cecil counties also in the 60s today, but tonight those temperatures drop near freezing, so it could be a frosty start tomorrow morning. We've got northern Baltimore County, all of Hartford and Cecil counties under a freeze watch. Starts at 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, I should say, and we'll go until 8 a.m. Watch for some frosty conditions. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, though, green lights across the board if you want to get the car cleaned up as we are done with the rain for now. We do have to deal with some rain showers on Halloween. More than likely going to stay during the day and possibly lingering into the evening time. But you can see on your 7-day forecast, numbers come down a little bit tomorrow, back to the mid-60s Saturday and Sunday, and then back to the upper 60s for Halloween next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Look at this shot here of the Pumpkin Sisters, as they are known. Gary posted that picture on our Chime In page. Thank you for that very much. We would love to see the view through your window. Go to foxbaltimore.com/chime in. We've been asking about all this great Halloween pictures, fall foliage, all of the like. Scan that QR code right there on your screen.
Oh, this Purple Thursday is feeling so Baltimore.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live in studio as fans. Getting pretty hyped there, Mark. You included.
That's right. I'm hyped about the game, guys. You know what? Our defense gets a bad rap, I think. You know, we're going down to Tampa. We're going to win this game. We talk about our defense, but one of our viewers had a great point. They talked about how good the defense actually is. Garnett says, look at this. We're number 6 in sacks, number 2 in forced fumbles, and number 3 in interceptions. So we're not as bad as maybe we talk about all the time. So, hey, that's a good thing to know. Now, our biggest concern, though, is we're going up against the GOAT. We know how he does his thing in the fourth quarter. And sadly, for whatever reason, the second half of our games have been controversial. We've been slipping away. So that's not going to happen tonight, though, right?
I don't think so. I mean, the Ravens are by far the better team here.
Right, they should be. They should.
I don't know,
be.
guys. Megan, that was not. I didn't believe you.
You
were like,
didn't? That was all honesty. I think Tom Brady in the Bucs.
You're going down. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's get it. Let's get it. Good. Let's go Ravens.
Let's go Ravens.
Pretty in purple, pretty in pink as well. Lyft subscription services are back, and they won't cost you as much as before. We're breaking down the perks.
Oh, and no keys, no problem. How one smart home company is connecting with Apple to create a lock system without any physical keys. One key that you need to have this morning.
What's that?
Coffee break.
Let's open that door. $8:56 and topping your morning business report. Bethesda-based Hilton Hotels is reporting that business is back at pre-pandemic levels. With COVID restrictions gone, Hilton says business travelers have more time and flexibility now, and people have a desire to travel with savings left over from the pandemic. Hilton opened 80 new hotels during the third quarter and launched its 25,000th room under its Curio Collection by Hilton, a brand that it launched back in 2014. Target is adding more Apple stores to its locations. Apple shop-in-shops are now at more than 150 Targets. The retail chain has also been adding shops and partnerships with Disney, Ulta Beauty, and Levi's. Target and Apple started with just 17 locations in early 2021. The shops include Apple-trained Target tech consultants and have twice the space for Apple products. Apple is teaming up with a smart home company to offer a new smart door lock. Apple is partnering with Level Home Inc. to allow iPhone and Apple Watch users to unlock their doors without a physical key. Wireless technology lets iPhone and Apple Watch users unlock the doors of their homes, but what if your phone is dead? What if you forgot your watch? Well, Level Lock Plus is sold in Apple stores and on apple.com for $329. Lyft is bringing back its subscription services, and it will be cheaper. The company relaunched its monthly subscription plan, Lyft Pink, for only $9.99 a month. Perks like priority pickups, up to 3 free cancellations a month, and even Grubhub Plus discounts are part of this membership. Download the Fox 45 News app for up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. The cup holder. For some, it's the most cherished real estate in the car. So why not make it easy on everyone if there's some fights happening? Genevieve Gorder explains in today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys, I have a product that solves a pet peeve so many of us have when we jump in our car. The cup holder that isn't big enough to hold your cup, your water bottle, your coffee. You know exactly what I'm talking about. This is the solution. This is the Cup Captain from Sharper Image. It's a 2-in-1 cup holder that rotates 360 degrees and doubles your storage space. You just twist to fit any size cup holder right here, and it locks it in place so nothing will tip. Now, here's my favorite part. You know, you all have this water bottle that doesn't fit in the cup holder, and it rolls around on the ground, on your lap. It's annoying. This will adjust to fit large or small. So gone are the days of your water bottle falling on the floor and clanking around. This expands and contracts to fit any size cup, just right. And the great news is that it's not just for drinks. The Cup Captain is perfect for all kinds of things. It holds food containers, tablets right here, even your wallet. We all have these organizational systems for our desks, our nightstands, our kitchens, our closets. Why wouldn't we have that same approach to an area we spend so much time in? Our cars. It's perfect for kids in the back holding their snacks and their tablets. And we're offering 25% off today, you guys. And it's a 2-pack. To take advantage of this deal and save money, go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
No, so things are actually pretty moving fast. I have been to early voting before, and they just couldn't find me in the system. I'm like, hey, I've never missed the election, you know. So for them to have already had my updated address and everything like that, that was wonderful for me. That's why I came to early voting, because I didn't want to have these issues on November the 8th with not having to find out where the polling place is. Everybody been redistricting and everything. So I just wanted to be 100% certain that my vote was today.
The final stretch to the November 8th midterm elections, and it all begins today. Fox 45 News meeting voters this morning in Baltimore as early voting begins here in Maryland.
It is a consequential election here in our state and for our country. The control of power in Congress is up for grabs. This will be the first main election where a number of states will be deciding the fate of abortion rights. And as crime and inflation continue to worry Americans, this election will seek to turn things around.
And the big story this hour is the historic vote ahead for Baltimore on term limits. There's a ballot question which will introduce term limits for the mayor, for the city council, and comptroller. And today, two groups are trying to convince voters on whether to vote yes, to question K, or to vote against it. The group supporting the ballot question is about to speak any moment now. We're standing by live. It actually looks like this is about to get underway. Let's go ahead and listen in.
All right, great.
Can you guys do a mic check for Nick?
Mic check, 1, 2. Which mic is yours?
The one on the right.
This one?
You guys,
Okay.
just one thing real quick. Obviously, just be careful with this mic. We're doing our best, okay? So just, yeah.
Cool.
Okay? I didn't mean as far as touch. Get some good sketch tape.
You want me to do a rap battle? Check, 1, 2.
We're good.
All right.
All right, Bonnie, we can begin.
All right, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank everybody for joining us today. Thank you for being out here. Again, my name is Giovanni Patterson. I'm the chairman with People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement. I am a proud Baltimore City resident, a husband to a former Baltimore City public school teacher, a father of two, and I just love my city. As concerned citizens of Baltimore City, we've created a grassroots organization months ago to work on placing term limits on the ballot this November 8th for Election Day. Thanks to the overwhelming support from the citizens of Baltimore, we've collected far more than twice the amount of 10,000 required signatures from registered voters in Baltimore City to place term limits on the ballot this election season as Question K. We expect the citizens of Baltimore to speak loud and clear this November 8th that they support term limits for our elected officials to help move our city forward. This has nothing to do with any political party. Democrats, Republicans, Independents all support term limits as a smart political process across the country. I'm here because I am deeply concerned of what's happening in our city, and I wish to be part of the solution. In 2020, a poll surveying more than 16,000 people across all parts of Baltimore City was conducted by Reverend Al Hathaway and Act Now Baltimore. Let me take a minute to share some of the questions and answers from many of my fellow citizens all across Baltimore City. Do you believe we could do a better job of keeping our city clean and improving our infrastructure? 88% of those polled said yes. Do you believe elected officials should be required to be 100% transparent and accountable? 85% said yes. And guess what? Elected officials in Baltimore City are not really transparent. Do you think Baltimore City is getting worse? 69% said yes. Is crime in Baltimore City your top concern? 67% said yes. Are you satisfied with the quality of education provided by Baltimore City schools? 69% said no. And since 2020, things have only gotten worse. This is nothing new, but the need for term limits is more important now than ever. It is time to elect new leaders to create opportunities for fresh ideas and new solutions to help change the future of Baltimore City. All across our nation, term limits continue to be a solution to help encourage bold new ideas and help combat special interest groups. Baltimore City is no different as we work to implement this important change and create better government for our people and citizens of Baltimore. We want to create a healthy local government where our elected leaders are not content to remain in office as many have as career politicians. We will no longer settle for the same failed status quo. Our current political system is failing Baltimore and its people, and it's time to make a change. Term limits for our elected officials in Baltimore City will help create this much-needed change. We need to advance the interests of all our residents and our local businesses and employers, rather than the interests of career politicians and lobbyists. Politicians are supposed to serve the people, not themselves. How long will we stand by and watch our murder rates soar and our families ripped apart with no real answers, solutions, or ideas to stop the violence? In 2021, we suffered more than 335 murders in Baltimore, with more than 725 shootings. It's time for term limits. How long will we watch our city's children fall further and further behind as our city's public schools fail our families in properly educating our children? How will our children have a chance to compete in a job or career and succeed in the future? It's time for term limits. How long should we idly watch our city's population decline from more than 620,000 in 2010 to less than 577,000 last year as more and more families flee our city to make a life somewhere safer and with more opportunities? It's time for term limits. How many more than the 15,000 current vacant houses do we need to see crumbling around us in the city before we say enough? We need to stop the decay and instead rebuild to create new hope and opportunities for our families to pursue the American dream in Baltimore. It's time for term limits. Many of the once great neighborhoods all across this city that were once showpieces of our history and culture have now become zones of emptiness, leaving behind failed businesses, shuttered shops, and lost jobs for our residents. Why was this permitted to happen? It's time for term limits. How high do our current taxes and fees have to be for our city residents and business to pay as our city services and infrastructure continue to fail us as trash piles up in the streets around us? It's time for term limits. Our elected officials need to be free to make the tough decisions and necessary changes that our city needs to survive and thrive, rather than just protecting their jobs as professional career politicians by standing by and watching our city fall further behind as it succumbs to crime, poverty, and corruption. As we've seen reported in the Baltimore Sun, both Mayor Brandon Scott and City Comptroller Bill Henry have publicly supported term limits in the past, and they still do. They know it's what's best for our city. Comptroller Henry says that term limits give the electorate the chance to benefit from officials with different sets of goals and experiences, and we agree. Former President Barack Obama also supports term limits as a concept for elected officials to help bring about new ideas and new solutions to the issues facing our country. We must be able to embrace new leaders and new ideas to help fight crime, clean up our city, make Baltimore a safe place for all families in every neighborhood across the city, fix our disastrous schools, and create a promising future for all of Baltimore's children. The citizens of Baltimore have been victimized long enough. It's time to make term limits in our local government a reality. It's time to give power back to the people of Baltimore City. We know that voting to support term limits this election season will help put power back in the hands of the citizens of Baltimore. Our city and its hardworking families demand it. Term limits in local Baltimore City government are vitally important, now more than ever. We ask that you vote OK on Question K this November 8th and during this election season. It's time for term limits in Baltimore City. So next, we're going to bring up a really good friend of mine now. He's become a good friend of mine, Mr. Dr. Marvin Doc Cheatham. He's a senior community leader and CEO of United Golden Agers.
Doc. Good morning. It's an honor to be here. The one issue I would like to hit on very strongly is the issue of elections themselves. I'm a past former federal government employee. I was an election specialist. I was the first African-American president of the Maryland Association of Election Officials. And I served as president of the Baltimore City Board of Elections. One issue which is very paramount in any election is being able to improve the election process. Baltimore would become one of 10 of 11 cities in the United States that has term limits. 9 of the 10 largest cities in the United States have term limits. One must learn from other successes. And it is clear those other 9 cities have had great success with term limits. Today I stand before you encouraging everyone hearing and seeing us to vote yes. Say yes to term limits, because it has been proven around the United States it is a very great, successful initiative. We need to do that in Baltimore City. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Doc Cheatham.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to bring up Mr. Michael Johnson. He's very well known around Baltimore and one of our local community organizers.
Thank you very much, and thank everyone for covering this. You know, this is a very important issue here, but it's also been a very confusing issue. You have groups of people who are running around suggesting that this is all designed and put together by some sort of mass media. No, this is an idea that has been running through the city of Baltimore, and at a certain point, we needed help, and help came in the form that it came. The people of Baltimore City needs now plans. You get a plan from somebody that gets a term. You get ideas from somebody that runs for office. We know that our schools are incredibly miseducating our children. We know that the crime in our communities is at a level that people don't want to come in the city. Term limits does two things. One, it gives a person an opportunity to run for office instead of waiting for somebody 20, 25, and even some cases 30 years later to move on. But it also does this. If you do a good job as a council person, you have an opportunity then to move up. If you do a good job as a city council president, you have an opportunity to move up if you decide to run for mayor. But what it stops doing, it stops people from becoming career politicians. Look through your communities. See what the politicians have done for you for the length of time they've been there. It's not about the 4 years or the 8 years. It's about what can you do for our communities immediately. Vote for term limits. That's the only opportunity we're going to have to change things in Baltimore. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you, man. And finally, I'd like to bring up Mr. Carville Collins. He's a partner at DLA Piper Law Firm.
Thank you, Giovanni, and good morning, everyone. My name is Carville Collins, and I'm a lawyer in Baltimore and a resident of Baltimore City for nearly all my life. I am proud to be working with the Ballot Issue Committee, known as People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, to bring about term limits here in Baltimore City. I wanted to outline some of the facts around Question K to clarify what it calls for and what it does not call for, to help clear up any misconceptions. Question K will create term limits only for the mayor of Baltimore, all city council members, including the president, and the comptroller. Question K does not apply to the Baltimore City Sheriff or state's attorney. It is also important to note that the newly created term limits would first apply to persons elected in the 2024 election cycle across all political parties. And since it only applies to persons elected in the future, it is clearly not aimed at any current elected official here in Baltimore City. I note that the Baltimore City Council introduced its own bills in both 2015 and 2018 supporting term limits, but the bills did not advance out of committee. However, that support remains strong among many of our local elected officials today. Simply said, the term limits ballot question for Baltimore City calls for elected officials to serve no more than 2 consecutive 4-year terms in any one elected office, and no more than 8 years in that office during any 12-year period. This is a modest concept that makes sense for Baltimore City. To be clear, this means that any individual elected official in Baltimore City could still serve up to 32 years in office in Baltimore City. Question K does not prohibit the same elected official from serving up to 8 years in each of the different elected offices. Let me just give a quick example. The same elected official could serve 8 years as a city council member, then 8 years as council president, then 8 years as mayor, and even 8 years thereafter as city comptroller, for example. There would be no vacuum of leadership from any effective leader that wished to serve the city and its residents. They could continue their leadership in various offices. Question K allows elected officials to win additional elections to other city offices, to continue their public service to the citizens of Baltimore. Any notion that an official is limited over his or her lifetime to 2 terms in only one elected city office, such as city council member or mayor, is false. It has no application to the Question K proposal before the voters this November. Term limits will allow for the healthy turnover of elected officials in Baltimore and provide the opportunity for new ideas, more responsive government, and new leadership to help take our city into the future rather than the same old status quo from career politicians. Term limits are supported by all parties across the country as a tool for healthy government. In addition to the 2-term limit that is already in place for our country's president and our governor here in Maryland, we already have current term limits in place for the county councils here in Maryland and in surrounding counties. Those counties are Howard, Anne Arundel, Prince George's, and Montgomery. For county councils, we already have term limits in those 4 jurisdictions. If you switch over to the county executives, we have term limits there too. In the following counties: Baltimore County, Harford County, Howard County, Anne Arundel County, Prince George's County, Montgomery County. Question K is not harmful to the political leadership of our city. The same or similar term limits have been in effect in these surrounding counties for years, and in some cases decades. And these counties are not suffering crises or catastrophes due to term limits. And has been said, 9 of the 10 largest cities in America also have term limits. For all these reasons, Question K is not an extreme measure. It is a modest proposal that makes sense for Baltimore City and serves the best interests of the citizens of Baltimore. Let me conclude with one final observation. It has come to my attention that this morning there has been a public allegation made by a member of the Baltimore City Council alleging that this movement in support of Question K is being driven by Fox News and Channel 45. That is patently false. And as evidence of that, let me refer everyone to the reports that the Ballot Issue Committee has filed and is continuing to file with the State Board of Elections. Those reports show that the persons behind this effort are individuals. They are individuals who are devoted to Baltimore City. They are individuals who love our city, and I include myself as one of them. They are supporting this effort because it's the best thing for Baltimore at this time, and so we urge everyone to vote okay on Question K this November 8th. It's time. It's time for term limits in Baltimore City. Thank you.
Thank you, Carville. So remember, vote okay on Question K. Thank you all for joining us today. That concludes our press conference. If you have any...
You just heard there from the group supporting term limits in Baltimore City. There is another group trying to convince city residents to vote against Question K. That press conference will happen at 9:30, just about 9 minutes from now. Fox 45 News will bring that to you live as well.
Here are some key dates to mark down on your calendar. November 8th is Election Day. Mail-in ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. And remember, same-day registration will be available on Election Day with proof of address. Let's get over now to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the forecast.
Finally seeing the sunshine here, guys, as we take a look right now over M&T Bank Stadium. We know the Ravens aren't going to be back here until November 20th, but it is a Purple Thursday. They are in Tampa tonight for the big primetime matchup against the Bucs. Low to mid 60s for our high temps. That's where we typically see this time of year. You can see that average of 65. Overall, our Halloween weekend shaping up very nicely. Today, Friday Eve, but actual Friday tomorrow will be a little bit cooler with lower 60s for highs, and then mid 60s into your Saturday and Sunday. And looking at your Halloween outlook here, 4 o'clock on Halloween Monday, mid 60s. We do have the potential of seeing a couple of stray showers that we'll see throughout the afternoon, possibly lingering into the evening time. Sun goes down at 6:06 on Monday night. Temperatures dropping to the lower 60s. So our temps are not going to be that bad, even if we do have to get through a little bit of that rain for the kids trick-or-treating. Here's a great shot from Jen, who sent this in from Catonsville, of those fall colors that are just looking spectacular. And can't wait for more pictures later today, especially with the fact that we'll have these trees against the bright blue skies. Now, there'll still be a few clouds kind of hanging around, but for the most part, that dry northwesterly flow will pick up our wind this afternoon, so we do stay breezy, but again, staying mainly dry and clear as well. And same thing goes for us tomorrow. We'll get a little bit more of the easterly wind on Friday. That'll bring a few more clouds in, and those clouds will continue to increase onto Saturday and Sunday as our next weather maker moves in. That's the one I was talking about for Halloween. This is Sunday. You can see all of that cloud cover, so we'll get back into kind of that overcast condition here as we head into Sunday afternoon, and then the next weather maker will bring some of those showers by the time we get into Monday. Shout out to Andrea in Churchville, Marley and Boone. The dogs looking great. Our Halloween pet pics continue. They are all dressed up and ready for the holiday, and you can send those in to me too. JCChambers at foxbaltimore.com. 65 today, lower 60s tomorrow, mid 60s. Great fall weekend, and you can see on Halloween our numbers will be in the upper 60s, even some lower 70s on the way next week. Patrice?
Early voting is underway here in Maryland, and there is a battle right now over introducing term limits in Baltimore. We are standing by for a group who is speaking out against term limits. We're going to bring you that news conference live as soon as it begins, expected in just a few minutes. 9:24, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium on this, the first day of early voting.
It started at 7 o'clock this morning. Election Day just under 2 weeks away.
It's a way that if you want to vote early and get it out of the way, you can go ahead and do that at any early voting center in the county where you live.
Well, this election has several hotly contested races, including the race for governor. The ballots also have important questions, including question 4, which asks about legalizing recreational marijuana. Or if you are in Baltimore City, there's question K, asking about city leaders and term limits. Early voting, as we said, is already underway here in Maryland, and there is a battle right now over introducing term limits in Baltimore. We're standing by for a group to speak out against term limits. You see the setup there. We're going to bring you that news conference live as soon as it begins. 9:28, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium there this morning as the Ravens gear up for tonight's game against Tampa Bay in Florida. They're not here. Again, kickoff in Florida just after 8 p.m. It'll be a little warmer there for them.
We're cheering them on from here, though, with all of our Purple Thursday attire. Happy Thursday to all of you. 9:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, donning his purple as well.
That's right. Yeah. Good morning, ladies, and good morning to all of you. Happy to see that sun come up here. It's been up, and we just haven't seen it for the last 4 days. So nice to see the sunshine shining out over the city with a few clouds kind of hanging around right now. Our yard and gardening cast, if you do want to get out there and get more of that fall fall planting or decorating done, you can do it today. Mid-60s by the time we get to that 1 and 2 o'clock hour. Those numbers close to average for this time of year. It will be a bit breezy later this afternoon, so if you try to get that pile of leaves together, probably just going to blow all over the place. 6:12 is your sunset tonight. And taking a look at the next 3 days, we'll be a little cooler tomorrow into the lower 60s, but again, we stay dry and keeping the sun with us all the way through the weekend. Closer look at that weekend forecast for Halloween. It's all coming up in just a few. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Happening now, we want to take you out live to a news conference discussing Question K. It is about to begin at the Mondawmin subway station. The group is against introducing term limits for Baltimore City. The ballot question will affect the mayor, the city council, and comptroller. We're going to bring you that news conference to you live as soon as it begins.
Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium today on the first day of early voting.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from the news conference that just wrapped up on term limits that was for Question K. Olivia.
Yeah, good morning. And there's many both for and against Question K. But as you mentioned, we just heard from supporters of the term limits. And the meeting happened right here at the Public Safety Training Center, which is also an early voting site for leaders, which are standing right over there. From the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, also known as PEACE, spoke at the meeting. Some reasons, though, that they cite for supporting Question K is the need to embrace new leaders who can help fight crime, fix the schools, and clean up Baltimore City. They also noted that term limits are supported by all political parties, and if Question K is passed, the mayor, city council president, and comptroller would all be limited to 2 4-year terms. If passed, it would impact politicians elected in 2024. And even though we just heard from those supporters, there's also many people who are against Question K. And starting in just a few minutes, the Baltimore City Democratic State Central Committee is holding their own meeting announcing their opposition to term limits. Following the meeting, they will be launching a citywide text campaign, but ultimately Question K will be the decision of voters in Baltimore City. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Should there be term limits for elected officials? And as of right now, about 88% of you who have voted say yes. We want to hear from you. You can weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com and clicking on the Pulse tab. Representative Andy Harris and his Democratic challenger Heather Mizor faced off in likely what will be their only debate ahead of Election Day. They traded blows on topics ranging from abortion to the January 6th attacks. Both candidates feel that the economy is the key issue at the ballot box.
Clearly, this is the top issue on people's minds. Every time they drive past a gas station, they're reminded of it. Every time a farmer wants to fill their tractors with diesel, they're reminded of it. Record high prices in both cases. Now better than they were a few months ago, but 150% higher than they were 2 years ago.
Your corporate friends are spending more time on making sure that they prioritize shareholders rather than the consumers at the pump.
Well, you can watch that full debate on the Cecil TV YouTube channel.
And be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election, plus important dates to mark down on your calendar. Just click the QR code there on your screen. That's going to take you right there. Or you can always head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. Well, this morning started with a few clouds, but that sun, my goodness, is it back today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how the Halloween weekend is shaping up. 9:35 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:38, early voting underway right now in Maryland, and there is a battle over term limits for Baltimore City. You are taking a live look outside the Mondawmin subway station where the second news conference is about to get underway. This time, a group against introducing term limits for Baltimore is about to speak. We are standing by. You can see them getting ready to begin. We're going to bring you that right here live when it happens.
A Baltimore native, wildlife photographer, and poet is healing through the world of nature. In his new book of images and poems, Among the Birds, I Am Human, he's hoping to open new doors of inclusion in the animal welfare industry. James Evans is joining us this morning to share more. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Okay, so tell me about the book.
So the book is inspired by my experiences in the field, but it's going to help people and pets that suffer from natural disasters like Hurricane Ivan.
So I saw some pictures from the book, and I was just struck by how beautiful the pictures are. Tell me the theme of the book. What are the pictures we're seeing?
So the pictures in the book are from all over, including Baltimore City.
Okay.
But the whole idea about the book is that when I'm in nature, I'm a stranger. But so often in community that we live in, I'm seen as a person of color. So for me, being in nature is a neutralizing, beautiful experience. So that's the theme of the book and the poems.
And we're seeing some of the images there. I was going to say, talk about some of the poetry in it. Does it all directly correlate to the images of the pictures that we're seeing, the birds, the animals that we're seeing?
For the most part, they're direct correlations, and every picture doesn't have a poem, so they're sort of peppered in there. But overall, it's just it's supposed to be set in balance. There's so much balance in nature that I think we're missing when we commune with one another. And so the whole idea of the book is to get back to basics, really, and use nature as a observation for moving forward.
I was going to ask, do you get people, you know, that not look at you strange, but have a little bit of, you know, surprise that you're a bird watcher or a, you know, animal, you know, photographer in that way? But you describe why you do it so perfectly. It's an easy explanation to people.
Yeah, I get everything. People ask me if I'm carrying a gun. People are wary of me. I'm not a small person. I'm a person of color, and many of the folks in the field who bird watch are white. And so
you get those questions when you're simply out in nature.
Yes, and that's covered in some of the poetry. You would be surprised at the questions I get even in a national park. Okay.
Where can people get the book and when? You told me it's in the final stages.
In the final stages, so in a few weeks it'll be available on Amazon. And by all means, you can see parts of the book. We'll be releasing parts of the book on our website, krawo.org.
And when you talk about getting others, making this more inclusive, you want others to be able to commune with nature in the way that you do for their own purposes?
and do it and feel safe and feel and be treated as though they belong there just like everyone else. These are national parks. People of color should be able to visit a national park and be at peace and not be concerned with how they're going to be approached, because unfortunately we're seen as strangers there.
Well, we've seen national headlines around
that
type of incident, so you would
Mr.
think
Cooper.
that people would understand
Yes.
now. But it's good that there are more voices out there.
That's correct.
All right.
That's
Well,
correct.
thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
And best of luck with the book.
Thank you.
All right, the battle over term limits is still going on, and we're still standing by for this group to speak out against the move. Now, just a few minutes ago, we heard from the group that was supporting term limits, but again, this press conference, we're going to bring it to you as soon as it begins. 9:42 is the time.
9:45 early voting underway right now in Maryland, and we've been talking about that battle over term limits. This is a live look outside Mondawmin there, the subway station. The group against introducing term limits for Baltimore is speaking right now. Let's listen in.
Here in our city, yet many outsiders continue to attack our city and disrespect us with misinformation and manipulation. We oppose Question K because it is not a community-led initiative. It is a tool used by outsiders who do not care about our city or our citizens. These outsiders have poured nearly $1 million into this attempt to manipulate our voting process. If they really cared about our city, they would have invested those dollars in things like our schools, recreation centers, or other community resources. But they did not. Instead, they want to control who we vote for to represent us. Baltimore City residents do not need outsiders making decisions that affect us and our ability to choose our local representatives. Question K is designed to strip us of the right for who we choose to serve us. The idea of permanently limiting who voters can elect is a ploy designed to serve special interests, not the voters. Yes, there are some people I may want out of office, but there's an apparatus available for that. It's called an election. And we can vote against them and replace them. But I am not going to forever limit my power to vote for who I want to because of this Fox News scheme. Baltimore, we must stand up to those who think that they can buy our city with lots of money. We are too strong for that. We're too savvy. We're too sophisticated.
You have been listening in here to the news conference underway for the group that is against the term limits. It's Question K. It's going to be on the ballot here as many early voting today or November 8th at the latest for election for the midterms.
All right, now we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the forecast.
We were all happy, I think, to see the sun come up this morning, guys. I mean, it's been there, but it's been hiding behind all that cloud cover, the fog and the mist. The last 3 mornings, basically, since Saturday, we haven't seen a sunny day, and we're going to have a very nice afternoon here. In fact, our weather headlines, numbers in the mid to upper 50s right now, a cool and clear start with a sunny and breezy afternoon. The wind is going to be kicking up from the northwest later today, and we will reach highs in the low to mid 60s. Temperatures staying near average for this time of year. Bucks and Ravens, of course, your Purple Pride in Tampa tonight, and it's Tampa weather. We have the potential of a couple of showers, maybe a stray thunderstorm or two. Numbers in the 70s at kickoff, which is at 8:15 tonight as the Ravens taking on the Bucks there, and Tom Brady on national TV or national streaming. Upper 50s here next hour. Hank the Bird, yep, he's excited about that. He and his feathered friends on our Bird is the Wordcast. Numbers stay into the 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties this afternoon. You can see those numbers up and down the 95 corridor. Low to mid 60s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. into Ocean City. 60 in Cumberland if you're heading out to Western Maryland. Overall, our future scan pretty quiet. Not a lot to talk about here as we stay dry for the next few days. Now, we'll get a little bit more cloud cover coming in on Saturday, and then Sunday things are going to cloud up again. So we'll be overcast for most of Sunday afternoon, but staying rain-free. It's late Sunday night into Monday. That's when we'll potentially see a few of those showers. And yes, that does go into Halloween, which is going to be a little bit wet during the day. Potentially a few leftover showers for the night. Not looking at a lot of rain or any kind of heavy rain or storms, and temperatures that are in the 60s for Halloween afternoon. Into the evening time will drop to the lower 60s, and even warmer numbers on the way next week, possibly even some lower 70s.
He's known for his basketball skills. Look at that. He can spin a ball on his fingertip. He can do all that fancy stuff. But how's this football game? That is the question. We're talking about Chu Smith, former home Globetrotter. Now you do a little bit of everything. You got your hand in entrepreneurship. You help all these kids. I mean, you have a lot going on.
Yes.
No time to watch football, right?
No, I'm on my football game.
Darn.
You know, I'm about 8-4 with 8-5.
You know, because I haven't looked back through the years of what our record is. You get to come in and make up anything.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to say I'm like undefeated against you.
Woo.
That's not true, though. All right, let's do this one.
All right,
one year at a time. Thursday night game. We got the Thursday night game tonight. All right, so Baltimore Ravens at Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
We're never going against our team.
Never.
Ravens.
That's not going to happen.
Ravens,
That's
so
not,
we're
of
going
course.
Ravens.
Baltimore Ravens all the way, even though they're happening in Tampa Bay, and Tom Brady's probably never been in this spot he's in right now, but we're going with Ravens all the way.
Yeah, he's struggling a little bit too.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely. All right, Pittsburgh Steelers at Philadelphia Eagles.
I'm going to go with the upset.
Are you?
I'm going with Pittsburgh.
No way.
Yes.
That would be the upset.
Yes.
You're going with this. What are they like? 2-5, maybe 2-5, something like that.
But Mike Tomlin has never had a losing season in his 17 years.
But you're going against the undefeated team
Eagles.
at home in Philly.
And I love Philly.
Okay.
I'm
not doing that. I'm going with Philly.
Okay.
I'm going with Philly on this one. All right. So the Monday night game: Cincinnati Bengals at Cleveland Browns.
I can't go against Joe Burrow. I gotta go. Yeah, I'm going Cincinnati. They gonna get hot.
Yeah. Well, they've kind of come into their own this season. They're starting to look like last season's team.
Yes,
so I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
That one I can get on board with. I'm going with the Bengals too. All right. So this is the London game.
Ooh.
Denver Broncos, Jacksonville Jaguars. You're struggling here. I know my answer.
I'm gonna go Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I gotta go Jacksonville.
That's a good bet.
Yeah, I gotta go there.
I mean, I like Russell, but Russell's. He's not. I don't even think he's 100% right now.
No, he's not. I don't even think he played last game.
So, all right. So, Jaguars. All right, here we go. New York Giants at Seattle Seahawks. I could go either way on this one. I could make an argument for both teams. What do you say? Whatever you say, I'm going the opposite. I'm going to let you know that.
I'm going Geno Smith and Seattle Seahawks.
Okay. Well, they're at home. They got the 12th man there. Geno's been great. I mean, everybody thought when Russell left.
Yeah.
Oh, man, maybe I want to go with that one. You know what? Just for the sake of it, I'm going with the Giants.
They 6-1 or 5-1. Yeah, so they have a great year.
Yeah. All right, I'm going with the Giants on that one. Share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Just go to my Facebook page and leave me a post.
Here comes the sun. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know how long it lasts in that 10-day forecast. 9:52 on Fox 45. Good Day Baltimore. All local, all morning.
All right, welcome back. A beautiful start here that we've had this morning. You can see it's continuing right now with a few clouds out there. The sun is shining. Oh, very nice to be outside. I've gone outside like once, so
Is that your angelic tone right there?
Okay. Yeah, that was me, like, trying to be excited about it. Breezy and sunny today. It is going to be breezy, guys. The wind is going to stay with us. We'll be in the lower 60s on Friday. Notice on your 10-day forecast, go through Halloween weekend. We're good temperature-wise. A little rain, unfortunately, on Halloween. That could leak over into some of the trick-or-treating. But if you have weekend stuff like trunk or treats or things like that for the kids and corn mazes, going to be great. Saturday and Sunday, no issues. And notice how much warmer we get on the right side of your screen. We're going to be in the lower 70s to kick off November.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, that's because October came in so cold. We're making up for that.
Making up for exactly right.
Right.
It's getting scary, though.
I know, it is getting scary.
Temperatures are great, but the music is terrifying.
Definitely terrifying.
I think you've asked them to cue that because this is definitely a fun time of year for you. You're behind the scenes just like that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We're all going to be tired tomorrow. Go Ravens.
Yeah, that's right. Purple Thursday. Come on, let's do it. Beat the GOAT.
We'll see you. Go
Have
Ravens.
him throw down another tablet and cry.
Wow.
That's what he did.
He does. Yeah.
He does it all the time.